Yeah, Seb, feel free to join whenever you want, my dude.
Uh,
Howdy, howdy.
uh, um, what's up? You're muted.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, my bad. Just got done playing Dungeons and Dragons a little bit ago and doing some walking. Yourself?
I'm fine. I feel better when it's late for some reason. I thought about this thing today. I saw this vegan post that I hear occasionally I hear facts about factory farm animals I didn't know. I didn't know hens. 95% of hens broke their bones.
So, what
I didn't
animal
know
did you say?
that. Like, I saw this Facebook post, a vegan Facebook post, and about that I didn't know before. That 95% of hens break their collarbone.
Yeah, 90% of hens. Yeah, most chickens have broken bones by the time they end up dying, which is unfortunate. I
So
mean, they pretty much
it's more
cramp them.
likely for them to break a bone than to not break a bone, and not only that, it's overwhelmingly likely. And then I thought, so it's bad for them to come in. And then I thought about commenting. It's the, for humans, there is a 1 in 4 chance of breaking a bone for men, and not 1 in 2 chance of breaking a bone for a woman. So humans also break bones. Doesn't that make their existence not worth bringing into existence? I thought about making a post like that, but I didn't. I thought I knew they would. Yeah, I knew they would not understand. So I think it's double moral to just think it's not worth bringing hands into the world because they can break bones, but it's worth bringing humans into the world. Even though when one looks at the rape statistic and how likely it is to break a bone and the cancer statistic, it's very high.
No, yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, we look at like the statistics for like how chickens are raised and how like not brutal their lives are, and we frown upon that and think, "Wow, we bring this animal into existence." Yet we still have like 50% chance, as you said, for similar things and other tragedies that are likely not to befall a chicken because the chicken's lifespan won't be that long, such as cancer and various other ailments. So yeah, I 100% see your point. Like if we frown upon bringing animals into existence because of the hardships we're going to inflict upon them, why shouldn't we mirror that same type of mindset in regards to people?
Yeah, and yeah, vegans don't tend to understand centrocentric antinatalism and the horror of life all around. Like they don't understand wildlife animal suffering, so they think it's, yeah, they know it's bad for a hen to come into the world. It can break a bone, but what about an animal with its half its body eaten off while it's still alive? And it's strange.
Hmm.
Like it's like they have this block in their mind. Like I was on a debate once, and I said to the person, I gave the argument that most wildlife animals they die young, and since they die young, they can't experience much pleasure before dying, so there's hardly any pleasure. But they experience suffering like a bird falling off the nest. So the only argument they can make about life being good is pleasure, and if most of the wildlife animals die young, then they can't even experience what is supposed to be a good part of existence in their eyes.
Hmm. No, I 100% see your point. Yeah, I mean, the best parts of existence. I mean, I can't even remember like when I was a kid or whatever. So you'd assume that like the better parts of existence are like once your brain fully matures and you can like kind of appreciate life and stuff. But yeah, most cattle don't even reach that age, and most, especially like chicks, like male chicks and stuff, will never reach that age. They get ground up right away. Their only really experience in life is just pain for fractions of a second of just being ground alive. So yeah, and the discomfort of being like crammed together in a unfamiliar and unnatural environment. So yeah, it's fairly messed up.
Yeah, and I think in Mandem said something like 10,000 sea. It takes 10,000 sea turtles to die young before one grows up or something, and uh, yeah, I thought I tried to talk to vegans about wildlife animal suffering because if one can get them to understand that life isn't a good thing for wildlife animals, maybe they can extend the same logic to humans. But it's hard. Um, they keep saying they keep saying that moral agent argument that animals aren't moral agent, but we talked about it before that if someone that isn't a moral agent causes suffering, be it a hurricane or a bear or something, it doesn't make it any less bad. And there was some other there was some other thing I wanted to say too. I'll try to think about that.
No, but I completely get what you're talking about when it comes to the whole vegans not really accepting wildlife suffering as being something that's relevant. I'm shocked how some person commented on YouTube. I'm shocked how Christians find it perfectly okay that animals, even in the wild, should or can suffer. Yeah, it's absolutely wild that they don't really care. I think it's just there's so many. Their justification probably be like, oh, Genesis, probably saying like, oh, God gave us dominions over all the animals on Earth, and like there's various parts of the Bible that say like animal sacrifice is okay, but we should be have moved past the Old Testament, especially considering a lot of like if you like quote things from the Old Testament like to Christians like, oh, the Old Testament says abortion's okay, they'll pretty much just tell you like, no, we only focus on the New Testament. But yeah, pretty much all the times where animal sacrifice is really mentioned in great detail is mainly in the Old Testament. But yeah, they cling on to old beliefs like animal sacrifice is good and we have dominion over animals. So yeah, I don't know why outside of just that Christians and Islam and all the major world religions besides like Buddhism and Jainism pretty much are completely cool with animal suffering, but I think it's the correlation with Abrahamic religion and the amount of antinatalism that cares less for animal welfare sickening, and the amount of antinatalism that cares less for animal welfare sickening. Yeah, you're definitely right. There's just a natural instinct for humans to care less about species outside their own. I think it's probably just because of social contract. Because I know moral nihilists who are, and moral like relativists and subjectivists who are antinatalists. They're just antinatalists because they think it's like silly to reproduce, like stupid, I guess. They basically just advocate people don't do it because it's illogical or whatever. But when it comes down to a lot of them, I think, yeah, also are cool with hurting animals for their taste pleasure. So, and other forms of pleasure. Some of them are just sadists. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, something too was there is this argument I thought of. So if there was factory farm animals where one of the deaths was being eaten alive by other animals or starving to death, not getting or not being euthanized or anything when they should. Uh, uh, yeah, what if were factory farms that had and wildlife animals suffering in it? I try to get them to understand, but it's frustrating. Like was frustrating. It feels like vegans should understand this, but they have the same. It feels like they are not entirely vegan in a way.
Well, a lot of vegans are vegan just because of health reasons and or environmental reasons rather than the animals themselves. And the environmental reason just kind of stems back to like environmental destruction and how it affects humans. So a lot of people are pretty much just only focused on humans and the benefits that a vegan diet can have on humans. Why is polytheistic religions? Oh, this is why polytheistic religions always win. The consideration of all sentient beings is higher. Perhaps we can get more ephelis out of non-Abrahamic religions. Yeah, I mean, I grew up Lutheran, so I mean I don't know if how big of an effect your past religion has on if you're going to be an ethicist or not, but I imagine it's notable. I mean, I've talked to people who are Native American, and they pretty much are not vegan either because they're like, oh well, we use every part of the animal, and we do it for spiritual reasons or whatever. Basically, they just think they can kill whatever they want so long as they like use its parts and like praise the land or whatever the bullshit fuck that like natives think is spiritually, with them or whatever. But yeah, I think polytheism can even have like, downsides to like how they treat animals depending on the polytheistic religion. So I've talked to, as I said, plenty of Native Americans who are all about killing animals because, it brings our connection to the animal world deeper to us. We buy from the produce markets, and those plants that we buy from the produce markets don't have a connection to us. But when we shoot something with a modern rifle through the chest, truly brings us closer to nature. Yeah, they're all a bunch of hypocrites. But when it comes down to it, polytheistic, monotheistic, the religion doesn't really matter to me a whole lot. I have issues with all religion because I think they kind of poison things. The only religion I don't have issues with is Jainism. That's pretty much it. The Jains I think are cool, and yeah, that's pretty much it. The Jains pretty much are the only thing that's cool because Jainism is like one of the only religions I know is pro suicide by starving to death. Basically, like they don't allow suicide normally, but they allow you to die via passive death by not consuming things. So I like the Jains. The Jains are cool. They're pretty much negative utilitarians. They're will literally walk when they're outside walking. They'll watch every single step they take just to make sure they don't crush any insects accidentally and stuff like that. So the Jains are pretty cool. they don't quite get concept of pro-mortalism, but nonetheless, I think they're as cool as you can get for a religion. That's the only religion that I'll basically kind of give a thumbs up towards is Jainism. That's it. Every other religion, polytheistic, monotheistic, no.
I just had at this point. I think it's good. So I realized now that most vegans are actually speciesists. Like if there was this, they wouldn't allow humans to have like 10 kids and then eat 7 of them alive or anything. They would deem it unethical. But
Hmm.
they would allow, but they think it's okay for wildlife animals to do the same thing. So that means they're speciesists.
No, you're 100% right. Yeah, I think speciesism is really hard to get rid of because even I was speciesist for a long time. I mean, all humans are speciesists. I think. Yeah, even me. I mean, I I think humans have more values than animals solely because we're moral agents, and because we're moral agents, we have the ability to affect other things. So, like we have the ability to reduce net suffering. While an animal doesn't really have that ability to reduce net suffering, they're just going to suffer themselves and also consume things which causes suffering. So
I
then
guess they
no
can
animal,
do it unintentionally.
unintentionally perhaps, like if it's like a predatory animal that happens to kill things really, really quickly or something like that, at the beginning of their life, it could coincidentally prevent a lot more suffering than it causes. But I think in general, most animals in the wild cause more suffering than they prevent. So it's like that's my one issue is with like people that think like animals and people are all 100% equal in value. It's just because animals aren't moral agents. So because we are moral agents, we can actually affect things in a positive direction. Well, an animal doesn't really have that capability, at least not intentionally. So that being said, we also have more potential for harm because we're moral agents. We can do things that are bad, far worse than an animal can. So humans both have more value in the sense that they can, both do a lot of good or a lot of bad.
Um, um, yeah, I did try to convince some vegans about antinatalism before, and I thought that it would be easier to convince them of something like that. And you have like at least the people who are doing it for health reasons have some kind of strong belief that exploitation is bad. And I thought that that's when one brings a lot of people into the world, there will be a lot of losers that are even more, not in the terms of them being unsuccessful, but loser in the sense that those who suffer even more than the average person. So
Hmm.
there will be a lot of losers who will have bad quality lives that even natalists can admit is bad. And and if one reproduces, one supports this world with a lot of losers in it. The losers, they have to pay the price for they're the ones that has to pay the price and not uh, and not the breeders to do the action of breeding.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how you convince people to take that seriously. I mean, even my psychiatrist when I had my psychiatrist, I stopped talking to her but in the fall I'll take full psychological evaluation. But until then, stop talking to my psychiatrist because she will not admit that there's a single life on this planet that is not worth objectively living. That I basically was like, okay, like there are people that are literally born into sex slavery. All they know in their entire life is pain, misery, and abuse. They know nothing else besides being used. And I'm just like, come on, lady, like admit to me that there are some people in the world, just in this example, sex slavery, that are better off objectively not existing, even if they themselves wish to continue to exist. Like they basically objectively just generate more pain than they prevent. Essentially, they generate a fuck ton of pain, and there's almost no pleasure in their life. They're pretty much just going on solely because of instincts. And I'm like, there are people like this in the world. And she's like, yeah, I guess kind of. And I'm like, do you think that they objectively are better off not existing? And she's like, no, Brant, that's playing God, and playing God is not okay. We are mortals, and and I'm just like, Christ. That's when I figured out that yep, she's a 100% Christian, and she just doesn't, she will not admit that there are some lives out there that are just not worth starting / worth enduring. And yeah, I mean, at that point, I just stopped talking to my psychiatrist because I talked to her at the end of the session, but I canceled my next session because I was just like, no, like anybody that thinks like sex slavery is an acceptable form of life worth living, it's just like, no, I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
I thought about that reminded me of something. I thought about the argument natalists make. Most people are happy, and your psychiatrist, I guess, she reasoned that since the person wanted to live, it means that their existence was worth it. But a being that is evolutionary programmed to wanting to live, no matter what the horrors they face, uh, yeah, it's unfair to say for the natalists to say, but most people say their life is good. But no matter what they go through, they will always say their life is good, except for even more horrible circumstances. They have there's this positivity bias, uh, and there are people who has like wanted to catch the bus and lived for a long time with bad pain, and then after their depression is cured, they say that they would probably say something like, "I've had a good life," after or something.
I find that quite interesting too, like how people that are like have extreme levels of depression for years, and then they like the whole time it's like a majority of their life, quite literally, and they like find it miserable the whole time. But then they go to a psychiatrist or something and like get put on some antidepressant, and it works. Sometimes it's years of trial and error, but then eventually it works. They find the right one and it clicks. And yeah, as you said, sometimes they come out with the narrative that no, life is peachy, life is great. Now that I'm feeling happy again, life is just great, guys. Like we should bring more people into this. It's worth continuing. It's just like they don't realize that like they're just like the heroin addict or the crackhead or something like that. They're literally being put on a drug that their normal biological state says, hey, you're pretty much miserable. And then a doctor comes in and is like, no, you're not actually miserable. Here, take this. They pop it, and then they're feeling like, oh, life is all peachy again. And, they don't question, hey, maybe, just maybe, if I need to artificially put a substance into my body to make myself feel normal and okay, maybe this isn't the type of chance we should just roll the dice with on people's lives. But hey, for some reason, depression just clicks for some people and doesn't click for other people in terms of understanding that life is just a miserable thing. Like for me, I have depression. I take I take medication. It helps, I guess, maybe a little bit. Doesn't mean now that I'm not like depressed as fuck every day. It doesn't mean like I'm like, oh wow, this is a great thing. No, I just realize that like some days it's bearable, other days it's not bearable, but it's not worth it because of those days that aren't bearable. Even if my life was 100% bearable from my own subjective point of view, that doesn't mean objectively speaking it's worth living. So it's like I don't know how these people operate or how the brains rationalize all this stuff, but yeah, you're right. I mean, people can literally be depressed for years and then come out of it with a positivity bias. It's weird.
And a lot of these antidepressants to give anhedonia. And I've been depressed and I've had anhedonia before. And I think anhedonia is might be worse. I'm not sure. Um, yeah, that yeah, like in Mendham would say, I remember his response to the most people are happy argument would be, so if this is in his words, so if a retard says, "Oh, I'm happy," it's good, and eh, humans have a limited cognitive capacity. Even the smartest humans would have problems remembering 20 items on a shopping list if they had 1 minute on them to remember it all. And so with that cognitive capacity, are humans supposed to be able to determine if like if life is worth it? They forget they are not continuously aware of everything they ever experienced all at once.
Pretty
They
much.
forgot how it was like to be a child. They are not aware of how it's like to the future is like.
No, yeah, you're 100% right. People kind of live in the moment, so to speak, and the optimistic future. They don't want to focus on the past, especially if it's negative. It just kind of drags down the present. So I mean, it's strategically smart not to focus on the negative past, just from a negative utilitarian point of view. But it also causes a bunch of unnecessary byproducts that you ignore the value of suffering. So yeah, you're 100% right. People kind of just cope and forget. Mm.
And,
Like even I don't experience the same level of suffering as I felt in high school. High school me was a lot sadder than I am now. Well, not sad, but upset and depressed. I'm a lot sadder than I was in high school, but high school me was a lot more depressed and anguished. I don't feel it the same as I did back then. So it's like, yeah, pain fades, happiness fades. Unfortunately, people don't hold on to the value they need to. Hmm.
it it seems like even in cases where one wants to forget about the state of the world, like and even antinatalism and take a break, even then I was once met by um, a relative and uh, dying of something bad. I'm not going to go into much details because why would I? But no, it's not. It's the point is that even when one tries to take a break, even when one doesn't want to think about bad stuff, one isn't sees like tragedies everywhere.
Hmm. Yeah, there is tragedy basically everywhere you look, no matter where you go, no matter when. So I don't know how people don't see that, but yeah, you're 100% right. Some people can see that grotesque nature with the world, and other people, I don't know. I've always kind of seen the grotesque nature of the world. I just didn't have like problems with it for a long time. I guess I just kind of was like, oh well, it's God's will, or it's just the way things are. A lot of times you just don't even think about it. I guess you just like acknowledge that there's people out there having like bad lives, but you don't really acknowledge like what it's like to live a bad life, or like how you have any like connection to that, or like ability to like have an influence. So like yeah, I mean, I don't know how you get that click in people's brains that there's just suffering everywhere and something needs to be done about it. But hmm, that's what we're trying to do, I guess, is discover a way to get the click in people's brains. But how you do that, I don't know.
I also thought about something that I guess in the I'm not sure if this is true, but maybe in the antinatalist world, I'm some kind of record holder of having the most antinatalism songs because are there anybody else has more antinatalism songs than 50 songs?
Hmm.
Like I have 50 of them, and there maybe there's some kind of black metal antinatalist band that has a lot of songs, maybe more than 50, but I doubt it.
Yeah, congrats for that, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't really. I just realized that today that I'm the world record holder for most antinatalism songs. So
Hmm. Yeah, this rate in a couple years, I'll have the biggest record for most live streams because I do it like every day.
yeah, you'll be the record holder, and among yeah, some how many antinatalists do you think exists in the world? I'm not sure.
I'd have to guess they're probably a fraction of the population. So like not even not even a million. I'd imagine like 500,000 or something like that probably.
It's that's 500,000, half a million. So out of half a million 1980 I'm the world record holder of the most anti-natalist songs. You will be the record holder for the most live streams about anti-natalism. And
Yeah,
if
not
one
yet.
can
Someday.
feel good about something like that, one should, because it can, the world can be, the world can be like, it can be hard to find some some giant things in this world. So if one is able to find giant stuff like that, I think one should.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess yeah we should care about our achievements. That's for sure. Though, the denialism and all that. But yeah, we should definitely care about our achievements. It helps in terms of, I guess, spreading the message, being like, oh, look at that, we got numbers, blah blah blah. Plus, it also helps in the way, I guess, of just your ego boosting. Like feeling a little bit better about yourself. We don't have enough. We don't have enough feeling good about ourselves in this community. We're a bunch of sad boys and girls.
I also thought about if I have so from about 2019 to 2023, I have 50 anti-natalism songs. I started in 2019 with anti-natalism songs, so 50, that's 19, 20, 21, 22. That's about 4 years, and I guess in 4 more years I could have hit 100 anti-natalism songs, and in 4 years after that I could have 150, and in 4 years after that 200.
Yeah, we can only hope, like we're all gonna be alive and doing our thing. And then, I mean, in a pro-moralism sense, I hope I get like shot or like struck by a bus or something and just like take the L instantly. But in terms of negative utilitarianism, I hope we're around and doing our thing, preventing suffering in the future. But for our own goods, I hope not. But yeah, I hope.
I think if I had at least one popular song that maybe got 500,000 views on YouTube, it people could, after listening, they could go watch an like an actual informative anti-natalism video and be convinced of anti-natalism.
Yeah, exactly. What's the most views you have on one of your videos so far?
Uh, it's I think 1,000 only.
That's pretty good. Not gonna lie. Better than mine. Mine only has like 30 views, I think, or something like that.
When I was at e- even I started out, it was hard getting views, but the trick is just using posting it in like 15 different subreddits, 10 different Facebook groups, Twitter, and stuff like that, and that seems to do the trick. And old fan talked about something when I was at the podcast.
Hmm.
She, she said that Gabe said that like music helps people stay in the church. That's such a memorable quote because it's been months and I that part sticks stuck in my mind. So music helps people stay in church, and the same way, I guess anti-natalism music helps people stay interested and engaged.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, I don't listen to music very much myself, but that's just because I'm a psychopath. But when it comes down to it, a bunch of people do listen to music quite a bit, and I think rock is definitely a genre that's way more popular than than what I would think. Because all my friends like hard rock quite a bit. I listen to indie. I listen to indie rock and softer rock a lot of the times, but hard rock's a really popular genre right now. It's popping off. So yeah, you're definitely hopping on a bandwagon that is deserving to be hopped on. So I mean, hell yeah. I wish I had musical talent because then I would create art also. But you know, the most I can do is just kind of talk in front of a camera because my skills are just vocalizing, I guess. And that's not really a skill. It's just like a natural human thing. So
If I'm hopping on a bandwagon, uh, maybe I am, but at the same time, it's like a small percentage of the population likes gothic metal. A smaller population is anti-natalist. So the anti-natalists also likes gothic metal. See, like an even smaller percentage of the population,
hmm.
like anti-natalists, even that has to be divided by something. If one non includes those people who are interested in doing metal and gothic metal. So I'm not sure if the music will ever be that popular, but it's um,
Hmm.
but it's but I would have made music even if it was. I would have made music anyway, even if I didn't make anti-nihilism songs. I would have made just as many songs. So
Well, I'm glad you made him on a topic that is very important to spread. So
yeah, that
hmm.
that's good.
I mean, when it comes down to it, I think you could definitely pop off if you did a couple covers of something that's like a little bit like more mainstream, I guess, like something that's like in the current I don't know, I'm about to say meta, like this is a video game. In the current like sphere of like music on the radio and stuff like that, if you make like a cover of something, I imagine it would probably get a lot of views just because I mean people look up covers and it'll pop up in the recommendation feeds more likely than not. But
I could also post it on my popular subreddits.
yeah, exactly. For music and different genres and covers and stuff like that. They have subreddits for everything.
I could try a cover. I could
Hmm.
I thought about doing a cover. Maybe I could look at the 100 most streamed songs of all time and pick one of the songs on there and do a cover of it. Uh,
Yeah,
I
maybe a smart idea. Hmm.
I also saw this. I could change the lyrics, have some anti-natalism theme in it, and maybe I could just change the lyrics just enough so the lyrics would be similar to the original but with anti-natalism themes. It seems like uh, the music if it brings people together and if it brings people, it can bring people to venues, it can bring people to videos and stuff. And if all the anti-natalists are scattered around the world, minding their own business and posting a couple of posts on Facebook every now and then that is not good. If we want to succeed, they should work together give each other shout outs and watch the same videos and increase the views on YouTube.
No, I 100% agree. Yeah, like we should be helping each other out as much as possible. Like, given that the algorithm is what it is and it only boosts like based off of views and comments and stuff, we should be trying to view each other's content and comment as much as possible. Just to, even if our channel doesn't blow up, maybe someone else's will, and that what counts is the utility of the message, not really, who's the one who's getting it. As Mendham says, like someone else's broken leg versus my broken leg, it shouldn't matter who it is. Just as someone else's success is just as important, and the anti-natalist community is my own success or anybody else's. So yeah, we should all help each other out. I agree.
I yeah, we both watched the same uh, stream today, that exploring antinatalism stream with Matty Harry, the Finnish guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Well, there was this. I was surprised at how good one of his songs was, and it was nice that he did like this concept album thing about antinatalism. We
Yeah, their
thought about
concepts.
doing that before, but I think I would be able to do it as well. I would have made it about a being that didn't like his birth, and something that he had orcs, elves, very imaginative.
Yeah, the fact they took like Lord of the Rings and had like orcs and elves and a bunch of stuff like D&D like and stuff like going straight on with antinatalism through like an artistic form like that. That was really cool. I was generally pretty impressed, especially given there was like what was it like 8 or 9 chapters to like the song or something like that. Like there was a lot going on. It was pretty cool. From what I watched, I didn't stick around for the part two, so I don't really know what was going on in part two. I got a little bit busy with class around that time, but I was there for part one of the Hanti Kanto podcast that was released today. Shout out to that podcast if anybody is watching and hasn't seen the new episode of Hanti Kanto. Um, Falling through the Antinatalist Abyss. 100% recommend watching that. And also subscribe to Sub's channel, Nefarious Rockers, if you like music, especially hard rock. Both of those are rock based. Yeah, I guess the Hanti Kanto one is a mix of music and antinatalism kind of combined. Mati is a music artist, so it focuses quite a bit on his band Visitors from Bellatrix. So highly recommend giving them a check out if you have any free time. I guess for Nefarious Rockers, I can play one of his songs. I actually have it in my loop here, actually. Nursery Rhymes by Nefarious Rockers.
Oh, yeah, I did some antinatalism vocals on it.
Oh, he
It's
did?
yeah,
Oh, awesome. So it's like an updated version of the song?
it's on the album, the newest one.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
And like as I said, also like I recorded all the lyrics very quickly. I wanted to have some lyrics to the song, so I recorded it all one night. Just went over the tracks in maybe one or two takes, and at some parts I improvised a song called Anti-Nightlist Live Streams, and I mentioned like do not watch and then your channel too.
Yeah,
And that
what
wasn't
song did you
something I
show
had
me, by
planned
the
to
way?
do. I didn't plan it or think it just happened that it was in my mind, and then
Which one is was the song "The Antinatalist" live streams? Is that which one I'm in, or?
Yeah, I haven't uploaded it as a video. It's only in the album.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha.
It's the album is called "Welcome to the Antinatalism Club" or the newest upload.
Hmm. Yeah, when you release the one where I'm showed out and 100% let me know. I'm gonna have to give that a watch in the live stream.
Oh yeah, so you mean then I yeah, there are like timestamps too,
Oh
so
yeah, okay.
you can easily go to it. I guess. And some people didn't like my vocal performance on the album, but I think it has mostly to do with the that I recorded with a headphone microphone in Audacity.
Hmm.
Like they commented that it sounds worse than mumble rap. But I'm used to my own singing and I can understand most of what I'm saying despite that. So to me, it didn't sound that bad. Uh,
See, I don't know because when it comes to me, as I said, I'm not a big fan of hard rock for the most part because I don't know. I guess hard rock's always kind of hard to sing along to, just because the heaviness of the metal is kind of overbearing to the lyrics a lot of times. But I quite enjoyed it. From what I listened to, I only listened to the first song in the album for the "Welcome to the Antinatalist Club," but I quite enjoyed it. So
Thanks.
yeah, no problem.
There are some stuff like the the end of the hooray, the end of the universe. To hell with sentience anyway. That is more of a. I think that maybe that's actually indie rock. I'm not sure, but it doesn't sound that heavy, so I think it might be indie rock.
Is the song on your playlist called "The Antinatalist Dad"? Is that about uh, Danny?
No, it isn't really about them. It's more about anti-natalist stats in general.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, hmm. I'm gonna have to give that one a listen to then. I mean, I have a movie actually, by David Lynch called I forgot what it's called, Eraserhead. Yeah, Eraserhead, which is about like the struggles of raising a child as a single father. So yeah, we definitely need more like things just about like raising children as like single parents and stuff like that, and the struggles regarding that. Just because it is a really problematic epidemic that goes around our country and world. Just the fact that people are. The International Informist says all animals are speciesist, and I 100% agree. Animals will pretty much always prioritize their own species, unfortunately. And there's the weird cases where like species will prioritize them outside of their own species. Like whales will occasionally, like orcas and stuff, will like help, I guess, other mammals and stuff of that nature. But it's very, very rare that animals will help other species without like having a direct benefit to themselves. So yeah, 100% agree. Animals are all speciesist.
And I look at the. I'm going to look. I'm going to look at the comments.
Yeah, we haven't got too many comments in the last half an hour, but the Anthony List informant, he joined us, and Malky is still here, and there's one other person, but they haven't really commented yet. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
the anti-natalist informant has been doing. I haven't watched his videos, but I know he has been doing it for a long time.
I believe Anti List informant is the one that starts out the videos by saying we're all born into hell. I'm pretty sure, right? Let me think. I think that's the one. Anti-natalist in format. We're all born to hell. I'm pretty sure it's how this video should start out.
And a great video could be.
Oh, sorry. What was that? Apologies.
I thought about someone could maybe make a anti-natalism YouTube channel tier list or something.
A tier list, like an iceberg or tier list? Yeah, that'd be interesting. I feel like number one would have to be like the Antinatalism podcast or Amendum, just because they're like the most famous. Who would be number two? Or number three? I guess number three. I guess my favorite antinatalist channel, other than Amendum, would have to be. Where is his name? Lawrence Anton. Lawrence Anton has to be up there in terms of antinatalist content. He has some stuff. Plus, he's just really, really good at interviewing people. So, I haven't seen his newest video about Amanda yet, but I'm gonna watch that maybe later tonight or tomorrow.
I thought about. Yeah, so Amanda has been doing it since forever. I think since for hundreds of years. It feels like, and the sad thing is, despite her doing this for that long time, like the new video, a lot of the news videos are only getting 847 views, 1,600 views. But, but then again, I guess that's as high as most of the popular anti-natalism videos do on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't even think Amendum really gets that crazy ton of views these days. I don't know how many views Amendum really gets. Let's see. I'm curious now. Think about it. Let's go to
And
Amendum's page.
I'm not saying this to this old fan or anything. I'm just stating the fact because no one can pull off like 10,000 views in every anti-natalism video. There just aren't enough anti-natalists watching on YouTube for it to be possible. But I'm just saying it's sad that that that's the amount of views.
No, you're definitely right. I mean, Amendum is like probably one of the most well-known antinatalists and ethilists, I guess, and I mean, he's the one that made ethilism.
Even ChatGPT knows in Melbourne.
Yeah, I'm looking at his videos right now, and it seems like in the past year, the most views he's got in a video is 1.6K, I guess, views. I mean, that's still a decent chunk, but like you would think there'd be more, considering, like, if I just go to like I don't know, Sisyphus 55, who's also a person who makes philosophy videos. If I go to his newest video, he has 89,000 views, and that was made 2 days ago. And it's literally just about like life crisis or whatever. So it's like, and the least amount of views in the last month is like 14K. So it's like, yeah, I mean, just a video about love and spirituality has like 14,000 views, and it's just some dude who's been around for like maybe a couple of years now. But yeah, Mendham was like quite literally like preaching like the facts of life, like some true ass based shit. Only has 1,600 views on his most viewed video in like the last year. So it's like, yeah, 100% agree. It's not that we're not dissing anybody by saying that. It's just like, yeah, it's a tragedy that should be talked about. That like hey, we need to really amp up our game, guys. We need to get more views. Get that
I guess me getting 100 views puts it in perspective to like how many views it's possible to have as someone who makes anti-natalist YouTube videos, then it's not that bad actually.
Yeah, man, you can kind of like see a good representation of how many people are actively like trying to like are constant looking around community just by like me, because I made my channel like only a month ago, I guess, and I have like 31 subscribers, I think, or some shit like that. Let me just take a gander. I have total of, come on internet please, yep, 31 subscribers. So it's like 31 subscribers in like a month. I mean, I met a couple of them are my friends from real life, so like subtract like 4 of them off of there, like that, you know. So it's like a good 28 people who are subscribed to me that aren't my friends, and I think a good quarter of them are probably just random people that have like stumbled across my channel on like Twitch and stuff. So, and so there's a good 20 people who are definitely searching about for antinatalist and epilist content, though. I mean, one of the most people who are subscribed to me is 100% that ephilism guy. I have to cross through it, being like, you know, stop ephilism or whatever. So, yeah, because he keeps commenting on my videos, that bastard. Speaking of that fucker,
When without, oh yeah,
yeah, he's still commenting and stuff. 3 days ago, he said, you and Seb asserted I took the clips out of context. You even said you're 100% certain at 3950. This and calling people trolls, what you called me, is the first port of the call for Ephelis' most predictable response whenever Ephelis face scrutiny. I mean, he's also calling, you know, the community a bunch of pedos, and like calling Amendum that, which is a huge accusation. So, I mean, unless he shows more than just a short for his content, you know, I'm gonna by default assume it's taken out of context, just because, you know, he's a far better person than anybody else I've known in my life. So, I mean, you know, given the whole nature that he's literally like, in terms of ethics, better than like 90% of the people that I know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that Amendment probably is not a pervert, you know, at least not any more than the average person. So it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna call people out on the horseshit. I detest that troll.
and if he's that much against pedophilia, then maybe it's not a good idea for all these humans, billions of humans, and even more in the future to exist and do pedophilia. If he's that much against it, why create more pedophiles and victims of of them?
Yeah, I 100% agree. It just doesn't make sense from these life promoting people's perspectives. Amendum is a saint online, maybe even in life. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, he's a little bit of an angry bastard. Mendham is, that's for sure. I don't deny him. Mendham's an angry cunt. But when it comes down to it, he definitely is a better person than most people that I know in real life. And you know, when it comes down to his online persona, definitely for sure better than most people. So, I mean, I've never met him in real life, but assuming that he's like half as cool as he is online, he's probably better than most people. Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually,
I've never
that
accused
in Mandem is actually very calm for bearing the burden of the world on his shoulders too.
uh,
If
Stop
if
Ephelism says I've never accused anyone of pedophilia. Well, in terms of actions, yeah, I guess technically you haven't said anybody has raped someone or whatever. But in terms of like the last video, I think it was kind of implied that I'm not gonna kick him out. I'm not gonna kick him out of the live stream. He's allowed to view if he wants to. Especially considering my channel has so little views on it, it's not like he's gonna like really hurt anything by commenting. But yeah, I mean, you've maybe not explicitly called anybody like an active pedophile, but you've pretty much insulted people in the community by you know, kind of referring to people as that. I mean, it's pretty obvious that you're referring to people as having either consumed illegal content, TTP, or get rid of that name. You are just, my bad, my bad. I know I was joking, hoster. Oh, I gotcha. My bad. I'm bad at recognizing jokes. So I'm just not the greatest at recognizing jokes. Oh, okay. I mean, the only accusation I've made is that Gary advocates for CP. Um, I don't. I mean, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I can't really deny that that potentially is the only claim you've made explicitly, at least in terms of words. But I mean, in the last video, there was like a part where he was like, when Gary said something about like, "Oh, I can't deny that I've," he kind of like stutters or whatever. Something says something, makes it sound like he's like consumed or whatever before. I mean, if you kind of are loosely like listening to the context, I guess. So yeah, I mean, sure you've never explicitly said anybody has advocated, but I mean, there was kind of implication in the last video that Gary himself was essentially one. But that's yeah, I'm not going to try to put any words in your mouth. So for the record, I'm going to say that you only said you have advocated, that Gary has advocated for that, and that you haven't accused him of actually being one. I'll say that for the record just because, I don't want to put words in people's mouths. So, there we go. His constant insult and amendment is not even God. Even with his flaws, we follow many philosophers. Leave us Ephesus alone. Stop with the CP already. I've watched your videos. It's not only CP. Just stop. Yeah, I mean, 100% agree, my dude. It's just kind of like this guy, this troll dude. He's kind of a I don't know what his issue is. I mean, is your issue with now that you're here and you're watching us, I actually genuinely have to ask: is your issue just with Gary, or is your issue with Ephesus in general? Because your profile picture says like Ephelism to Mark. Why should I leave Ephelism alone? Is Ephelism beyond scrutiny? Um, well, it doesn't really seem like you're scrutinizing Ephelism very much. And what basis am I a troll? Well, the basis that you're not really scrutinizing Ephelism, you're scrutinizing Gary, but having the term Ephelism just kind of be like slapped there isn't like as if it's like. Yeah, I guess my main question is: are you just anti Gary or are you anti Ephelism? Because I mean, I get the association between Ephelism and Gary, but if you're anti Gary, I mean, maybe you should change your channel name to like amend them in like a cross mark or something like that. Just because I mean the idea of Ephelism is just like basically antinatalism, sentiocentric antinatalism, but with an emphasis on evolution being problematic. So I don't necessarily think it has anything to do with Gary per se. Gary is just the main voice on the subject. So I mean, I'd be curious what if you have issues with Ephelism, or if your issue is just lie in the fact that Gary is potentially scary. I linked you 13 reasons why Ephelism is vaporware, which basically just means unsustainable, can't be actually brought into fruition. I published more than one video explaining my arguments for why Ephelism is nonsense. I mean, do you have an ethical theory you would like to propose otherwise, my friend? I mean, Ephelism basically is just negative utilitarianism, essentially. So, I mean, unless you can prove negative utilitarianism wrong, I mean, the term Ephelism doesn't really, is just a more fancy way of saying, Knowing Gary's psyche informs his ephilism. So your issue with ephilism is the fact that Gary's psyche informs his ephilism. Well, yeah, but I mean, if you have problems with Gary's ephilism, I mean, centrocentric antinatalism and ephilism are relatively similar. It's just the idea that like one focuses more on like evolution, which is like how we got here. So I mean, like
and
I
and some and I think it's possible with centrocent. Ephilism seems like only a name. One can call something centrocentric antinatalism and also focus on evolution too.
ephilism isn't negative utilitarianism. They aren't synonymous terms. I mean, I guess they technically aren't synonymous terms, but I'd say Gary leans negative utilitarian. So I mean, like, I'd want to know what the main differences are because I mean, like, they kind of sound fairly similar. I mean, I guess technically speaking, ephilism just incorporates the different aspects of like psychological hedonism, identity nihilism, and a few other things. But I guess in terms of the main ethical points, is basically just taking pain into account, but not really taking pleasure into account. He pretty much says there's no goody goody feeling that can justify a bad feeling. So when it comes down to it, I mean that's pretty much negative utilitarianism per se. I mean, like the main part of it. So I mean, it might not be exactly synonymous with the term, negative utilitarianism, but they're pretty much the same in my opinion. Negative utilitarianism is negative utilitarianism. It says, how do we differentiate an ethylist from a non-ethylist? Basically, when it comes to antinatalism, I basically just consider, well, there's a lot of geocentric antinatalists, I guess. I pretty much consider them ethilists, but they just don't like the term ethilist a lot of the time um, because of the Gary controversies and stuff of that nature. But when it comes down to it, no one uses negative towards ethylism or and fair enough. I guess I'm the only one who uses negative utilitarianism towards ethylism or an, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I basically think native utilitarianism essentially implies ethylism in terms of like action. But yeah, I mean, how do we differentiate between ethylism and non-ethylism? Is essentially just if you include animals and if you're a consequentialist, basically. If you think that you can red button the planet, if you think that it's good to impose upon other lives to prevent net suffering, then you're an ethylist, basically. If you're willing to cause some level of pain or suffering to prevent a greater amount of pain or suffering, then I consider you an ethylist and not an antinatalist per se. But I mean, that's pretty much how many centiocentric and are there centrocentric antinatalists are there? I have no clue how many centrocentric antinatalists there are. I mean, I imagine it's probably about 50-50. It probably has to be more than 50-50. I'd assume most people are. Well, here's the thing. I think a lot of people are centrocentric antinatalists and the fact that they think it's wrong to bring animals into existence, but I don't think a lot of antinatalists are centrocentric and consequentialists where they believe that they can impose on animals. I think that's like a lot less people. A lot of people don't like the whole fact of like imposition and having to do things themselves. Once their hands get dirty, they're like, oh no. So it's possible to hold all those beliefs you've just espoused and still not be an ethylist. I mean, what is your definition of an ethylist, at Mr. Not Ethylism? Assuming, because I mean, in my opinion, definition of evilism on Gary's website is pretty much just thinking that nature kind of sucks. Evolution's a faulty battle. Let's just fighting towards a zero-sum game. It's pure chaos, no mind behind it. It's pretty much just like antinatalism in general. It just like has a little bit more like less like 2 + 2 = 4. It's not like basic philosophy. It's more like just putting things into word, like normative ethics, I guess. If you cannot and do not use crap, you are not an ethicist. If all you argue is consent, then you are an antinatalist. Yeah, I'd agree with that. If you argue for consumption, reproduction, addiction, and parasitism, then like basically the nature of life is inherently exploitative, and just on the net whole, it's going to be causing harm. It's just a beating machine thing. Then yeah, you're probably an ethicist. If you're arguing that oh, I don't want to impose on people, imposing is bad, then you're an antinatalist. And then I also hold a middle finger up to you and be like, bitch, you're constantly imposing on people all the time. How come you're still alive if you're a deontologist about imposing? And then the antinatalist doesn't have a response, and then I just go, bitch, fuck off. And so I love you, antinatalists. I love you, but at the same time, you are constantly imposing on people and to keep yourself alive. So why is it a problem to impose on non-existent beings, but okay to impose on existing beings to maintain your life or whatever? It's like, that's my question for antinatalists. What's with your whole deontology? What's with self-defense? Like, oh, killing people's bad. We're not allowed to kill people no matter what. And then self-defense comes into play. And like, well, in that case, it's different. And I'm like, but why? If it's an infallible right that can never be broken, why then? And they're like, oh, they don't have an answer. So yeah, that's I have issues with antinatalists just in the fact that they kind of it's trying to stick in a little comfort bubble of being like, I don't have to do anything. But in reality, you're forced to do things to survive, and yeah, that's not good if you're a deontologist, no sir. So, but yeah, that F-list guy, oh, never mind, cool. He responded, my basic definition, an extinctionist ideology mandating annihilation of all life, to eliminate, my bad. Them to eliminate suffering on the basis that the only objective mind-dependent value is the capacity of suffering. Mind-dependent value is capacity for suffering. I mean, I guess by any means necessary. Okay. An extinctionist ideology mandating annihilation of all life by any means necessary to eliminate suffering on the basis that the only objective mind-dependent value is capacity of suffering. I mean, no, it's completely cool, my dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't get why. I mean, when it comes down to it, negative utilitarianism implies the same exact thing. I mean, sure, the definition of negative utilitarianism is just the utility, but you're just prioritizing pain. So it's like a little bit, it doesn't imply that extinction is mandated as you use in your definition here. But I think a negative utilitarian definitely implies, like, if you're for the elimination of all pain on the maximum, that basically implies in order to do so, you'd have to have an elimination of all sentient life. So I think it kind of implies, if you're a negative utilitarian, that you're going to be an ethicist under your definition. But hence why I think they're basically synonymous. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I get your point. That they're slightly different definitions, but I don't see how that definition is a problematic thing. Like, an ideology based on the elimination of all sentient life. That's just a little funky wonky, you know. I don't think I wouldn't even say the goal of ethylism is the extinction of all sentient life per se, but it's definitely the main narrative of the movement in terms of like how you would get to eliminating as much suffering as possible. I don't necessarily think ethylism per se means it's like extinction of all life. It's more just the final thing you said, the eliminating of suffering. Another ethylism criteria is the belief that DNA and sentient suffering are the greatest problems in the universe. Yeah, the DNA part I think is a little weird. It's just kind of tied to the whole idea of evolution, basically just being a molecule that like our connection to our like past is essentially a molecule that reproduces without any thought behind it. So I mean, yeah, I guess from the universe. Yeah, I guess another as Melk is pointing out the universe. I guess to imply that like the problem isn't like the universe isn't like a cosmic thing. I think that's what Malik is referring to, but rather like the problem lies with where is this problem, you know, and the problem lies within the sentient beings. So it's just kind of like what could be a problem with the sentient being. Um, well, obviously it's going to be suffering, and what causes suffering to be a thing. I mean, the reproduction of DNA and the mutations of said DNA to become sentient, I guess. So, I mean, I'm just conveying. No, Gary includes the ethylist. Gary includes the elimination of life in his definition. If you remove that, then you aren't talking about ethylism. I'm just conveying Gary's definition. He still live in Japan, and he says yes. Hey, I mean, if that is, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it that it would be potentially in Gary's definition. I kind of don't doubt it at the same time. I mean, I don't think Gary's probably the greatest at writing things. He kind of just kind of shoots things off the fly, you know. He kind of is a shoot at the hip type of dude, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess if Gary's definition is inherently extinction based, then I guess I would disagree with the definition of ethylism. I mean, I guess I can't disagree with that definition of ethylism because he's the one who made ethylism. But I can disagree with ethylism then to some extent, but I would still classify myself as, I guess, like an ethylist. Like, similar to how like someone could be like, I'm a Democrat, but I don't agree with all Democrats and all things, you know? Like the Democratic Party believes a lot of different values. I identify as a Democrat, but I don't believe in fuck. I don't. I'm literally in high right now, but okay. I don't believe in legal weed. The Democrats believe in legal weed, but I don't. I do. I'm literally high. But just saying this for a hypothetical analogy. It's just like, you know, I could say that, like, yeah, I'm an ethylist, but I disagree with Gary's version of ethylism if it includes the necessity of all things being extinct. Because, you know, I think it would be good for 99% of species on Earth to be extinct and the 1% to be alive. Like, that'd be better than what it is right now. It'd be better if all things were extinct, but it's not like it's like mission failure, we'll get them next time. No, if we 99% of species on Earth, that's 99% of suffering gone, and that's a win in my book. So, if you disagree with the core criteria of ethylism, how can you be an ethylist? I don't know. I mean, let me go to ethylism.com really quickly. www. Dot do not fucking this was do not god.com. Do not god.com. Fuck. Ethylism. Apparently, it's just called Betholism.com these days. It's apparently not called Do Not God anymore. I have what the fuck. Apparently, it's just changed its name. That or I'm just retarded. The answer to that is yes, I am just retarded. But we'll ignore that for now. Let's see. They book. Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, that's
Oh,
listen.com.
this website looks different. Why in the hell? When did this get different? And his book is a lot shorter too. He used to have like fucking. Yo, guys. He used to have like 3 chapters in his Epholism thing. What is going on here? He must have changed his website up in the last week. That or I'm on the wrong website, but I don't think I'm on the wrong website. So this is weird. Cool. A failed experiment in making useful complexity. Life is crap. Consumption, reduction, and parasitism. Nothing to make out of this. Bad ingredients mixed badly. Broken at the core concept. Natural bad versus human bad. Need machines. Can't harmlessly extract satisfaction. I can't talk. Your life is more expensive than you think, and probably more expensive than you can even imagine. Your harm footprint. The only good job is to solve problems, and the problem of problems is best solved through prevention. Agreed. Feeling the problems, thinking the solutions. The path to understanding skeleton key and perfect path to understanding skeleton key, the perfect explanation, the evolution of intelligence. Don't know what that means really, but whatever. Acquisition of knowledge started from natural assumption, the God delusion. Anti-is wrong guess for the truth, superstition. Smart enough to make guesses, but not smart enough to do it well. Starting blah blah blah. Single ancestor, DNA is blah 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 blah. Some blah blah. Not the science satisfied. Field palm, behavior, universal, cannibalism, eating, drinking, blah blah blah, can't win, blah blah blah. Position, futility, exit strategy. I guess exit strategy could be like kind of implying extinction, I guess, but that's like the most so far. The argument from not cost effective, most people live mediocre lives, replication for sake of replication. Well, I think he's reworked his definition. That's the SSL wrong page. Fuck. God damn it, I read everything for nothing. The only problem are the problems of life illustrated creates. Well, let's take a gander. I'm on the wrong page apparently. DoNotGod.com. Here we go. I found it. I knew it was called DoNotGod.com. I'm an idiot. I don't know why there's an Epholism website and a Do Not God website. They're literally practically the same format. I don't know if Gary made both of those websites or what, but okay. Book. Okay, volume 1. All life is descended from a single reproducing chemical machine. Reproduction necessitates consumption. The possibility of imperfect replication will inevitably even blah blah blah. Let's try to find where it says he wants to extinct shit. Nature is unnecessary. The future becomes more solutions, really rational choice and analysis. Let's just go back to the first one. Perhaps I'm blind. They're both his sites. Oh, well, shit. God damn it, you gave me the link. I don't see any links. I think it might have whatever automatic system. Unless you linked me, did you link me in the live stream or did you link me somewhere else? Because if you linked me in the live stream, then I think it must have the automated system must have removed your link because it pretty much just goes, oh hey, how's it going, Soft Apple? The only problem are the problems that life is that creates. Simple, no life, no problems, no need for life. Basically, it goes. That's SSL archive. Then we have Soft Apple. We got you saying, "Fuck off this Steve Godfrey." Then we have Steve Godfrey again, like, "Oh, the both his sites, wrong page again," and it gave me the link. So if you give me the link, it didn't show up on here for whatever reason, but I don't know. Personally, I'm gonna trust his book. I don't know. Personally, if I had to trust any source for the definition of ephilism, I'm gonna trust the one that's on both of his websites in the book section, which is like his most developed part of like words as far as I'm aware. If I'm wrong and he has like a more developed definition, okay, I'll try and rewrite it. Awesome, go for it. Don't purposely blasphemize his words, otherwise you will get a ban. If you purposely blasphemize his words and I find out, I will ban you just because I don't want to be spreading misinformation on my channel. So don't spread misinformation and I won't ban you. But yeah, type one whatever you want and I'll put it on the screen. So. Seb, you still here, by the way?
I'm here.
How's it going?
It's going fine. Did Sir Anti-Atheist leave?
No, he's still here.
Yes, he will probably make like a video on with nice songs one day. This is like a bit like a cross, like a diagonal cross on numbers. I'm not sure. Just kidding, in case you're watching Anti-Atheist.
Why I'm entertaining this guy is solely because, well, not many other people are commenting, so I guess I'm just going to entertain whoever's commenting. But two, I guess I'm entertaining him just because I believe he's wrong. So I'm just going to kind of, go about saying why I think he's wrong publicly for the record, I guess.
I think I'll also go to sleep. I'm able to sleep, so I'll go to sleep.
Take care. Just you have a good night.
Good night.
Ciao.
Sure.
Yeah, and that didn't go through it. Stop ephilism. Let's try this. Archive dot is slash. Okay. Archive dot is slash qxkqw qxkqw send ephilism home. Okay, there we go. I'm not sure if Malik is saying bye to me, or I believe he's probably saying bye to Seb. I'm sure Seb would, if Seb was still here watching, Seb would be like, goodbye, Malik. Okay. What the fuck? I don't know, man. It seems weird. Euphemism is suffering consciousness for whatever reason. Something. Position. The best outcome for life on planet Earth is extinction through the collective act of non-procreation. I don't see how there's anything problematic with that so far. It's just saying what the best result would be. Not saying that it's an obligation, just that it's the best result. Not even saying it's a goal either. The goal could be suffering reduction, but the best result of getting suffering reduction would be to have the collective non-procreative of all species throughout record time. The general essentially blah blah blah. Vehement. Discussing. Existence. It's just a part of a single DNA molecule. We're just going to see here if Lism was created. Crap. I don't know if I have much of a misunderstanding of what ethylism is, my dude. I'm pretty sure I understand. I just don't see... I mean, perhaps you should create a video on your channel, ethylism guy, and comment to me when you create the video. But you should go on the website and make like a short or something like that, like highlighting the part where it says that ethylism inherently is about extinction as the goal. Because it does say in here that extinction is, you know, the favored end, I guess. But it doesn't say that that's like the goal. It's not saying like, you know, extinction. Can you give me an example of me instigating? I mean, other than the videos that you've created, and I guess that, I mean, I don't know, man. Soft apple courses. If the goal is extinction, what is the issue with that? I'm guessing they're referring to stop having ethicism. They're not worth watching, says. Titles in the name of ethylism. I don't frankly feel like giving you the views, honestly, in terms of in the name of ethylism. It sounds like it's going to be about some of like violent actions that were happening in the name of ethylism or something. Let's watch together. Let's judge each other as one. Well, soft apple once, and what's next for this on the Steve Godfrey channel. I'm getting so many mixed feelings here. Like, one person's like, watch my stuff. Another person's like, don't give them any views. Another person's like, yeah, let's watch it all together. We can give them views on your channel. That way we don't have to give them views independently. And I'm just like, what do I do? Antinatalism is anti-birth. Ethylism is anti-life. Well, I'm inherently anti-life, so I'd say I'm more of an ethylist than an antinatalist. You don't have to watch it on here, I don't care, but at least watch it so you know what you're talking about. Sure.
They'll make a choice, brand. I will make a choice, I swear. Okay, fuck, I mean, it literally just says in the title of my video I'm gonna be watching things, so why not watch something? Yeah. Yo, Ephilism guy, what's the name of your second channel that you want me to watch stuff on? Because I'll watch something if you give me the title. You said the title you want me to watch is The Name of Ephilism. The Name of Ephilism. The Name of Ephilism. Oh my fucking. Oh, the friendly anti-natalist. Oh my god, is that that lady? Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna watch her. In the name of Evelism. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna watch the friendly anti-natalist. I've watched her videos before. They're very cringe. She's taken Amanda out of context, and I've 100% known that because I watched the video that she took out of context because I literally went to Amanda's page on Facebook and Twitter and was like, hey, these are some serious accusations, you know, like, low-key would like to hear your take on it. And she sent me her original video, and yeah, I watched it, and guess what? There was nothing to be controversial about. So, you know, when it comes down to it, it was just fake bullshit based on the title of her video, and they were just solely going off the title because the title made it sound weird. And it was completely about what something completely different than what the title made it sound like. Honestly, Amanda probably should have came up with a better title for her video, but just because the name made it sound like he's about something way worse. So yeah, I mean, when it comes, and yet another one, yes. So when it comes down to it, yeah, I don't trust the friendly antinatalist's content. I don't think she's as friendly as her title makes her sound. I think she's kind of a manipulative hoe who's just kind of hopping on the bandwagon. Yes, she is, and her brother Godfrey is just a bunch. Oh, is Godfrey the Ephilism guy, and are they related or something, or what? Like, are they actually brothers and sisters, or are they like, you know, are you just like calling them brother because like they're like comrade, like brother in arms, you know? But, like, are they actually related? Because if they're actually related, then that's kind of interesting, I guess. I mean, it's weird. It's interesting. Surprising. A little antinatalism crew coming after the Ethelists. Sweet home where the skies are the blue. Yeah, lol, she is not friendly. Yeah, exactly. Ethelism is Godfrey. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if you guys are related, but if you all are related, I'm sorry, Mr. Ephilism Godfrey, but your comrades isn't that's what you meant by brothers. Well, okay. Yeah, I guess if you guys aren't related, then I take back the whole sweet Alabama joke. You know, you guys can fuck as much as you want without creating some incest babies. Just kidding, I'm joking. It would be bad to create babies either way, even if they were not incest. She deleted all of her videos. Oh, I mean, interesting. Did she? Friend. YouTube. Screen share. YouTube. Clickety clack. The friend. I guess she has some videos. I don't know why all of her videos are literally like, there's no fucking way she's an actual antinatalist. Like, there's no antinatalist would be like, you know what, I'm just gonna make videos insulting other antinatalists. Like, there's no way she's an actually antinatalist. I'm Steve Godfrey, same person. Okay. I do not take that back. It's funny. This is all going to be taken out of context. Fair enough. Oh, she's made a lot more videos than that on her channel. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I mean, I don't know why anybody would keep up the insulting content rather than keeping up the actual antinatalist content, which would be useful for helping, convert people to antinatalism. But hey, I mean, I don't exactly think the friendly antinatalist is the most brilliant of people on the planet. So hey, I can't say she's the best of utility, but it is what it is. It is. And just type your name as Steve Godfrey, not Ethelism. Show me where I lie. I'd like you to show where I lied. The controversy in my comment sections, they are not her videos, they are smear campaigns against men them only. Oh, okay. So she didn't even make these videos, they just like uploaded onto her channel then. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, see these videos are a bunch of fucking bullshit. Some of them are mine. She's an antinatalist, but she doesn't agree with ethelists. They were trolling her channel. She is an antinatalist, but she doesn't agree with ethelists. They were trolling her channel. She was also trolled by the vegans. You haven't watched them? So, well, I've watched the 2 videos. Okay, here's the thing. I don't need to watch every single video to know what's shit. Okay, here's the thing. If I had to watch every single thing that Donald Trump said, just be like, Donald Trump is a bunch of bullshit. Every half the words that come out of Donald Trump's mouth are lies. It's 100% true that half the words that come out of Donald Trump's mouth are lies. I don't need to have seen half of Donald Trump's speeches to make that claim, because I've seen enough Donald Trump speeches to know that, guess what, the ones that I've seen, 90% of them are bullshit. So I can pretty much with positivity be like, oh yeah, the majority of his things are probably bullshit too. So when it comes to the friendly antinatalist content, the only really 2 videos I've watched of hers were complete and utter lies. So why should I feed her any more views to, just see more lies? I'm not going to do that. So excuse us, because you don't need to watch anymore. You have nothing to say. Exactly, kind of exactly what Malik is saying here. Like once I just realized the friendly antinatalist was just spouting lies, I kind of stopped wanting to watch any more content, because there's no point to be like, oh, let me just waste my time listening to lies to be like, oh boy, you're still a liar. It's not useful. What videos are complete and utter lies? Christ. Okay. The she accused that guy. I'm not talking about the guy. I'm talking about, unless I'm not sure what Amanda's gender expression is, but she accused Amanda. It has more specific lies in the context you have. Yeah, sure, I do have some, but let's see. I forgot if this is a video or if it's another one. Blah.
Have any basis in reality.
I wouldn't even legislate against already existing.
Blah blah blah. I've already seen that one. same exact thing. The video we watched a little bit ago. It was the other one. It's the one about like the underage masturbation, which is essentially just about how like people start masturbating before they know the concept of what masturbation is, and she's basically just spreading awareness of like the concept, essentially. Because when she was a kid, she did that, and she was really concerned why she felt like what she felt. They don't talk about that stuff, and so basically, the whole video that she made was essentially just spreading the idea of that people, engage in masturbation habits before they even understand what masturbation is, and that religion doesn't want to talk about that because religion is very anti-sex. Am I coming through? Hello, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Am I coming through? I'm not sure. Check is the mic on. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. As I was saying, here, one second. I'm gonna turn my testing 1 2. Okay. Yep. Okay. I can see the little wobble of my voice, so I am talking now. Cool. Yeah. As I was saying about Amanda, Steve, you are good. Awesome. Yeah. So, Mr. Ephilism, you were asking about what the context of the video. I was talking about the one where Amanda was making a video called something. It was like one of her first videos, like Tales of an Underage Masturbator or something bullshit. Basically, just about how people start masturbating at a younger age, then talk about in media. Essentially, how people start to masturbate before they even understand what the concept of that is. And basically explaining how Christianity and various other mainstream religions don't really want to talk about masturbation, what age people start doing that, and so on. It's Confessions of an Underage, masturbator or whatever. Thank you for putting the title in. I didn't know the title. But basically, it was just solely about the fact that people do that at a younger age and just spreading awareness about how people are confused about their bodies at a young age and don't understand what they're going through, and how Christianity and other major religions, hello Marco, don't get off my laptop, how other religions basically do not do a good job of helping people explain that. Have you watched Amanda's video? I have watched the video of Confessions of Underage Masturbator, and it is not child pornography. It is not CP. It's literally just describing her experience as a young woman going through confusing times, and how religion didn't help her out with that, and how she wanted to make a video explaining that. Well, no one ever said. Well, I mean, it kind of made it sound like the person. She made it sound like it was. I mean, when it came down to it, not gonna lie. I mean, I was on the Friendly Anti-Nihilist channel. The video is removed now, I guess. But when I was on the Friendly Anti-Nihilist channel, it made it sound like that was a big old issue. And then I went to Amanda like, oh, what's this issue? People are making these claims about you, blah, blah, blah. And she sent me to her original video, Confessions of an Underage Masturbator. So, I mean, she might never said that explicitly, but she definitely fucking made it sound like that was what she was. I don't know what the purpose of her video would have been otherwise, other than to do that. So, it was definitely a form of blasphemy / not blasphemy, what's the word when you misrepresent someone's identity? Defamation. It was definitely a form of defamation. So, I mean, not exactly cool to defamate Amanda's Shorness's image. So, that's all I'm gonna say. Not Cash Money. So I'm not gonna watch her channel. I'm sorry. Can we at least watch one video so I can get in the loop? If you see someone lying, then you don't have to watch any more of their stuff to know they're a liar. You said if you see someone lying, then you don't have to watch any more of their stuff to know they're a liar. Is that correct? When the only stuff I see on their channel is lying for clout, yes, I'd say so, my dude. When their channel has maybe a mistruth here and there, I'm not going to blame them for something that they just misspoke on or something like that. But when it comes down to explicitly going out of the way to gain attention by lying explicitly about someone else's image, which could be legally harmful and or economically harmful, yeah, I'm going to consider that defamation and a little bit more than just lying. Defamation is more than just lying. Like, I could be like, my cat right here is white, and I sincerely believe that. Now, that's lying. Is that defamation? No. Now, so, little defamation. Common. Yeah, I'd say it's probably a common comment you get given your nature of your channel, my dude. But, you know, I wouldn't say it's wrong. Sorry, but not sorry. Marco, my boy. My sweet prince. My boy. Why are you... Just looks at me like, bro. You want to have a chat about law? No, I don't want to have a chat about law, but I do, you know, think that that is quite the accusation. So it is kind of like one of those things where defamation is not a thing. It's kind of a defame people. Fine, I'll go watch a Steve Godfrey video so I can understand what's going on. But I blame you and Marco for these views I'm giving him. Don't blame Marco, just blame me. Marco has nothing to do with this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess go and watch Friendly Anti-Natalist or Steve Godfrey's video and report back to us on how BS you find it. We'd love to hear your opinion, Soft Apple Core. And what's an ethylist? What's an ethylist? Well, I can't even find that video, so either way, I mean, I'll note it in my back of my brain. What is an ethylist? If I find that video, I'll watch it, I guess. Can we change the subject, please? Yeah, I suppose we can change the subject. I don't mind. I'm gonna turn off the music just because it's been going for a bit here. And I guess before I turn off the music, shout outs to Nefarious Rockers. The song is called Nursery Rhymes. Great band, antinatalist in nature. Good stuff. Thank you, Steve Godfrey. You're always welcome to come on the channel. Just keep things easy. Try not to be a dickhead. You know, the usual stuff. Malik says, go away. hey man, I'm not gonna say go away, but I'm not gonna say either. You know what I mean? We're not exactly political allies / philosophical allies, but I'm not gonna be mean to you because have I been a dickhead today? No, you haven't really been a dickhead today, but at least not to me. But to people that I consider like philosophical allies, you kind of have been. So being a psychopath, I take no offense. I take no offense to you being mean to people who I'm allied with. I can't, frankly feel pain for other people. But nonetheless, I don't appreciate you calling people that I intellectually respect mean things that I think are probably unjustified. So, with that being said, you haven't been a dickhead to me, but you've been a dickhead to other people. So, then again, Gary's kind of a dickhead to everybody. So, I mean, I can't really blame you for being a dickhead. But the way you're being a dickhead to Gary is different. It's not an acceptable form of dickheadry. So, yeah, you've been a dickhead in the past, but not at the moment. Malik says sorry for being over aggressive. I think. Yeah, Steve Godfrey, eat a healthy farm bred vagina. I don't know what that means, but I agree. South Applecore, very, very, yes. Have no clue what that means. Anyways, what do we all want to discuss this fine evening? We can actually, we don't need to discuss shit for chat. We can just hop right into my YouTube. Bang, bang, boom. We're going to go into the watch later, and we're going to discover some stuff. I mean, again, can you give me a specific example of me being a dickhead to Gary or Amanda that wasn't justified? It's okay, Malik. Yes, I'm sorry, Godfrey. I mean, other than the accusations that Gary supports the illegal industry of CP, other than that, I can't really explicitly say anything off the bat. But given the nature of that being pretty fucked up of an accusation, I'm gonna say that is your example of being an asshole. But anyways, I'm gonna go on and change the subject as was recommended to me by Malik, because I think Malik just kind of dipped out of the chat, maybe. So, watch later. Bing bang boom. What do we want to watch, y'all? There's so many things we could watch. I have 510 videos I'm gonna watch later. Literally more time than I have in my remaining lifespan. No, I'm kidding. But frankly, there's a fuck ton of videos in here. Have a good one, Steve. Take care. Try to become a better person, as I always say to people. Anyways, be better than you once were. Now go away. Just kidding. Let's see. We're all just watching me scroll through my playlist of things that I plan to watch in the future. Now you're gonna know what my interests are. It's philosophy and a lot of psychology, if you can't tell. You know what? Do you think there is a deterioration of antinatalist philosophy? Perhaps there's been a lot of push into like just talking about like like capitalism and how capitalism's shitty and stuff like that, and just like general like dissatisfaction of life, but not really like the whole nature of life and like nature of like the imposition of life and how it's not necessary to bring it into an existence and all that jazz. So would I say there's like a decline or deterioration of antinatalist philosophy? Maybe. Um, I mean, maybe. I think it's just also the fact that like it was such a new philosophy like 10 years ago, and now it's kind of catching on to mainstream, you know. But the thing about philosophy is like, I mean, once people, I mean, if you have the truth, there's only so many ways you can phrase the truth without before it becomes repetitive, you know. And that's kind of like the struggle of my channel. Also, is like I have this channel here, but I pretty much live stream because I mean, I don't know what the fuck to talk about. It's like, what can I say that's not been said already, pretty much, you know? So it's like, I could make videos, like, I have made videos on, like, abortion, and I've made, like, and, like, especially from, like, the biblical standpoint, because I think those videos haven't really been talked about enough. But in terms of, like, antinatalism and ephilism, if you don't know what it means, why is a stream named ephilism if you don't know what it means? Well, now I can't tell if you're talking to me or if you're talking to Steve Godfrey at the Antinatalist Informant. If you're talking to me, I think I know what ephilism is, but if I don't, then I'm sorry. I guess if you're talking to ephilism slash Steve Godfrey, then you know, hey man, that's a question for him, man. He's not here anymore. He left, but yeah, that's 100% true. And Antinatalist Informant. Many people still don't know what antinatalism means. They keep on conflating antinatalism with child free. That is way too true and way too sad because there's a ton of people who are child free who consider themselves antinatalists just because they don't want to have kids. They're like, yeah, man, I'm antinatalist. I don't want to have kids. And I'm like, but do you think other people are going to have kids? And they're like, oh, yeah, sure. I just don't want them myself. And I'm like, so you're not an antinatalist. And then they just kind of stare at me like, what? So yeah, I mean, 100%. Yeah, there's a bunch of confusion in terms of terminology and what antinatalism means, ephilism means, child-free movement. No, I was referring to him. Okay, I got you. I got you. Awesome. Yeah, cool. I was like, I'm pretty sure I know what ephilism is, but I'm like, I mean, if I don't, I'm like, I'm sorry. Well, I got that. I'm like, I guess I can change my channel name. I'm thinking about changing it to Apostle of Ultron, but you know, I frankly already have business cards made with my name on it, so of antisocial ethicist. Otherwise, I would change it to Apostle of Ultron, just because it sounds more fun. But you know, frankly, I have business cards made. I'm not gonna print out more business cards. That would cost money. Yes, I have fucking business cards, y'all. I'm professional. Oh, Pain. I love Pain. Don't you all love Pain? Hey, Soft Apple Core or Soft Core Apple. Soft Apple Core, you still here? They come up with what those
Right.
words are.
Her love was like a
They come up with 1 second, my bad. My brain's going fried. Okay, so what's an Nephilis video? Don't know if I agree. You have to believe in all the core components of an ideology to be called a member of it. I think he's right that if we were to try and to come up with what these core components are, then being against procreation isn't a mandatory component. No, I agree. Yeah, Ephilism doesn't have being against procreation as a mandatory component. The only mandatory component of Ephilism, in my opinion, is pretty much just wanting the net pain reduction, which is like negative utilitarianism, as well as just thinking of the idea of the DNA molecule reproducing is like a senseless, chaotic endeavor that really has no purpose behind it. It's just a random driving force of nature. So, yeah, it's not inherently about not procreating. That would be antinatalism. Ephilism is more about just the consequentialist result of trying to minimize suffering. How's it going, Mom? I'm doing good. I'm just narrating. Yeah, I know, right? This is what it's like. It's just ranting. uh, my mom just says, I guess so. Mama bird. Let's watch this sad boy video and try not to cry. Also, everybody subscribe to Thoria if you haven't subscribed to Thoria. It's a great channel.
A constant sort of blanket that I had over me that kept me warm, that I could just uh, think about, and I could feel it all the time. And just being able to feel it made me smile, made me happy, it made me know that no matter how things were, that it'd be okay as long as I could go and talk to her. This is kind of rough because my first love dumped me like a month ago, and I'm sort of still going through that. But she's a really great person. I think before I met her, I had this idea of what love was supposed to be because I had had a long-term girlfriend before her, and I figured, well, I guess everybody's just sort of bearing through the tough times and the not liking your partner, and that's what love is the ability to bear through it. But now, after I met my last girlfriend, I realized that love doesn't have an upper limit. And you should really be feeling it. Even through the hard times, you should still feel it, and you should still smile when you think about her. And I mean, that's why even now, as much as it hurts to not be with her, uh, I still smile when I think about her. Still happy to see her succeed and see her follow her dreams. And a real love, I think, will last forever, even if you don't stay with the person. So, yeah.
Um,
My issue with Ephilism is that no one has written a book explaining it. Do we need a book on morality to be moral? Okay. We have some conversation going on in the comment section, so I'll keep everybody informed on what they're talking about as we
oh, my first love. It's been 9 years since
read a book on how to make bread
I've met him. But the funny thing is, we're now in a relationship. And I think that he's gonna be the one that I'm with forever. We met in high school. I was a sophomore and he was a freshman, and it was math class with Miss Batman. I just remember him drawing shoes. And it's really funny because now he's a shoemaker. He makes boots for a living and wants to do a bunch of other things. But I just distinctly remember him wearing a green T-shirt and drawing in his little 5-star notebook, and he's making a pair of Jordans that look really cool. And he was so quiet, and he seemed really awkward around me. I think I scared him. Well, if you ask him, actually, I think he'd say that I was pretty outgoing and I scared him like way too much. And then over the course of the pandemic, we started talking and started dating, and it's been about a year now, and here we are. I don't think I'd ever want to be with anybody else for the rest of my life. It's funny, I always looked for him in everybody that I knew. Exes, terrible people. But now, I mean, here we are. We're here now, and I'm really happy to be with him. And I hope that it continues to be that way.
Oh, well, if you want to hear it, um, my first love, I was 14, and we were madly in love. Madly in love. I was in high school, and she took me for a walk in the rain on Black Hill in Morro Bay. I knew right away uh, that I was madly in love with. We were together for 4 years. Keisha. Keisha was her name. I never thought that we would never not be together again. I was at a music festival and somebody said, "Well, that's your first relationship. It's not going to last." And that was crazy to me. I was like, "We will be together forever." No doubt. But that's not how life works. And
Hmm. There needs to be a book to distinguish it from antinatalism. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I might have a book that does that. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I guess I have a book more about negative utilitarianism rather than ethilism. It's called The Tango of Ethics. I haven't read it quite yet, but I know it's about negative utilitarianism. Perhaps it gets into ethilism in that book. If it does, I'll let you know. It's a newer book that came out pretty recently. So I'll read that, and if it has anything to do with ethilism, I'll let you know. But that might be a couple months until I get to that, by the way. Um, I agree. I just don't understand where the confusion lies because I'm not experiencing it, says Soft Apple Core. Yeah, I mean, I agree as well. I don't experience the confusion between antinatalism and ethilism, unless you're talking about like centriocentric antinatalism and ethilism, in which then I think the only major difference is just like the crap acronym, I guess, as Malik said earlier. The main thing, I guess, is just to focus on like the fact that antinatalism just kind of focuses on consent for the most part and impositions of like against consent. While ethilism focuses more on pain and consequences of actions and the whole fact that the DNA molecule is just a random mutating gene. That's what evolution is, just random mutations without purpose or conscious decision behind it, essentially. So all the suffering is basically for nothing. There isn't really much of a big difference between ethilism and antinatalism besides just the fact that there's a emphasis on evolution being an extremely problematic, senseless process, I think. Though I could be wrong, there could be better ways of explaining this. I mean, I haven't appealed to ethilism because I've always thought that evolution is basically the explanation for like almost all things in terms of morality, in terms of like how we got here and all that stuff. So to me, ethilism kind of just seems like very important to me. I mean, just because like the conversation around evolution is really important to ethics, I think, and not talked about as much as it should be. I think that's the main difference. Is just evolution being highlighted in the ethical theory as an important factor for why we have to believe what we believe. I don't know if I explained that in a good way, or if I'm not sure if I explained that in a good way, but maybe that clears up the answers. If someone has a better definition of like how to distinguish between the two, please go for it. I'd love to paste your comment on the screen.
When we stopped dating, I stopped eating and lost 60 pounds because I was just so entrapped in her love. My brother, he passed away recently, and the one thought that I had was, well, he never had a geisha, never. He never had somebody like that. I hope that everyone has a first love because it means the world. It's an essential human
I
experience
kind of wish I
to
fell in love, kind of shattered me as a human being. So,
fall in love for the first time.
man, make us a made me Netflix.
Oh,
So, man,
God.
I think
It's
so
so embarrassing.
the pain that I went through.
There was this girl in my class. I won't use her name just in case she sees this and she gets embarrassed. But I just had recently realized that I was gay and I was a coward. So I had my friend come with me to confess to this girl. And I guess because there were two people, she was like, "Sure, yeah." And then we like hung out the rest of the day. And then after school, I get home and she messaged me. She was like, "I don't actually like you. I just felt too awkward to say no." And it was like soul crushing because I was so into this girl for so long, and I was just like, I can't go to school tomorrow. They're laughing at me.
My first love was, I really believe that this was my first love, was in kindergarten. His name is Cody. And we kissed in the McDonald's play tubes. And he got me a big stuffed bear for Valentine's Day, and our moms were friends. But our moms weren't friends first. They were friends because we were in love. And I met him the very first day of school. And I don't know where he is, but I hope he's okay.
How long did that relationship last?
Only kindergarten.
All of kindergarten.
Ended after kindergarten. Because he fell in love with another girl named Laura. This is all true.
Were you heartbroken?
Yeah. There was a big scene on the playground on the blacktop, and I had a circle of girls around us, and I said, "Pick me or Laura," and he didn't answer, and then I threw a stick on the ground and I said, "Fiddlesticks," and I walked away. It was all true.
Fiddlesticks.
And that was the day we broke up.
Can you tell us how his love made you feel?
Oh my gosh. His love made me feel like I was not 6 years old, but in fact, eternal.
Okay, my first love happened to me in my life when I was 19 years old. Ended up to be 55 years of a wonderful marriage, and he just passed away November 3rd, 2020. You're gonna make me cry saying it now because he's gone now.
Oh,
Beautiful.
He cherished me. He didn't expect me to be a person who did everything for him, hand and foot. He pitched in and did things, that I think for sure that he was not taught as a young boy to do because he was from the era that where parents thought that boys didn't cook, boys didn't clean, boys didn't wash clothes, boys didn't have to learn to do that stuff. But he did it. He just would do the best that he could to help me further my education and to become a teacher. That was my goal, and I met my goal because I had the type of husband who just cherished everything that I wanted to do as far as our marriage was concerned, and he allowed it without even saying one word against it. We put God's number one, and that's how we made it for 55 years.
Oh man.
Well, I think my very first love was the love of a dog.
mm.
His
Wow.
name was Leroy.
Leroy the
I
dog.
think it wasn't just my love, it was the whole family's love. When my parents got divorced, I was 5 years old, and the story is that they didn't really care about the custody of the children. They fought more over the dog.
How does that make you
Get
feel?
fucked.
Well, I think he was worth it. I think the children are more problematic.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of
Oh
course.
gosh.
The dog
um,
is of course more important than the moral agents you forced into existence. Yep, of course. Parents. They fought to the death for the dog. Yeah, man, straight up. They're just arguing over the dog, and the kids are just fucking sitting in the background like, "Mother, father, please, a grain of bread, please, just a crumb." And the dog's just like wagging its tail, like idiotically, just.
I'm like, I feel like I'm totally not like totally sure what love is. The movies tell you it'll be like a spark and you'll know. But then I like talk to my mom and she's like, no, you have to be realistic. Like, um, and so I'm not really sure. But I think about how like people get divorced and stuff, and how people like, so often like think they found it and like figured it out, and they didn't. And that's just me overthinking. But like I think about that too, like how it's really hard to know.
Okay. My first love is a drug addict, and I hope he's alive
Laughs.
somewhere because I don't talk to him anymore. But I love him a lot. But you never know who it'll come after, so you never know who they're gonna be. I met him when I was 14, and we were married for 5 years. It just kind of went really, really fast downhill.
Is it okay with you that I'm asking follow-up questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it happens to people. It's really sad. It's just life, though. Kind of have to get over it. That sounds super rude and cruel, but it's just part of the whole experience. Bad shit happens.
What was the hardest part of the whole thing?
Like I feel like most people would say, like, realizing that I can't fix him or solve the problem on my own. But I think the hardest part was just like watching your person hurt themselves over and over again. You can't actually do anything. You can like try to do stuff, but no, you're powerless. That's it. So just watching your person hurt sucks.
If you could give advice to maybe other people who are going through the same thing, what would you want to tell them?
Two things. One, it's not your fault, and two, whether you've known the person since you were 14 or you got married like 2 years after you met, you have no idea who people are going to turn out to be. And that's just how it is. That's the risk you take of meeting people. And sometimes it turns out really good. Sometimes it doesn't.
Hey everyone, for those of you who are new, my name is Thoraya and I'm the girl behind the camera. Make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you'll be notified every time I have a new episode up. And follow me on Instagram, I'll be posting more on there. As always, thank you guys for everything. I love you all and
Love is dangerous, especially for heterosexuals. It causes them to do irrational things, especially procreating.
100%, my dude. It's part of experience. Bad shit happens. Get over it. Must erode this mentality. It's part of the experience. Bad shit happens. Get over it. Must erode this mentality. I can't tell if you're talking about like eroding the mentality of you know, obsessing over bad things, or getting over the mentality of like, you know, the get over it mentality. Getting over the get over it mentality. But either way, yeah, it's part of the experience that you have. The last person on the video, when they were talking about, yeah, experiencing other people's pain that you really care for, and how that's like can really be painful in a relationship. 100% agree. Be wary of that. That'll fuck up your psychology. Caring about someone else's pain is not fun. Yes, we all need to get over the getting over it mentality. Lol. Yeah, exactly. I wish I didn't decide to go sober for 2 days. Why did I do this to myself? Well, sober isn't sober from weed. I'm not going sober, my dudes. I got the fun. This ain't flavored water. Well, it is, but not fully. Are you drinking tonight? Fuck yeah, I am, my dude. I'm not smoking for 2 days because Mendham told me to take a tolerance break. And if a Mendham thinks I need to take a tolerance break, you've seen a Mendham. You've seen that fucker. He's constantly like nicotine, please. Mendham's basically me. Like if I just was like twice as cracked out on nicotine addiction. And if Mendham's telling me I need to take a tolerance break because I can no longer get high, you know, he's kind of the expert on addiction. So I'm gonna take a tea break when it comes to weed. So yeah. I don't ever drink alcohol, but I own like this whole thing of fucking vodka. So I'm kind of just like, yeah, you know what? I've had this for like a whole entire year. I may as well start using it. So yeah, I'm drinking tonight so I can lower my tolerance for weed for a bit. Sobriety's pain, so I'm not going sober. He's the expert on addiction. Yeah, he is, but he knows how to be addicted, and he knows how to explain addiction. He's kind of the expert. I will take a shot for your tolerance. Fuck yeah, thanks, my dude. I'll take a shot also. Spicy. Oh, no bueno. Fuck, it tastes like fucking ass. I hate this. For much longer to reset your tolerance? Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, I need to take like a tolerance break for about a month to fully reset my tolerance, but 2 or 3 days should be enough to like get my tolerance back to like where I can like at least kind of feel high, you know? Like right now it's quite literally like I smoke and almost nothing happens. Like it's like I just feel like more chill. It's like I hit like it's like having a nicotine craving and like you hit it and then like the craving goes away, but you don't get the buzz, you know? It's like you just kind of feel satisfied. It's like that, but like with weed. So it's like in general like level of like discomfort when I'm not high, and then like when I'm high, it's like it goes away and I'm like comfortable again. which is just probably like general anxiety and that anxiety going away. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, I just want to get back to the feeling of being able to feel like I'm actually high a little bit again. I don't like the feeling of being high. I like the feeling of being chill more than I like the feeling of being high. But being high is pretty cool. So if I could get back to that again, that'd be pretty awesome. Plus, it would save my bank account some money, probably, by not having to get as high. So not having to smoke as much to get chilled out, I should say, is probably a good thing in terms of my bank account is concerned. Informant, do you love yourself? From what I've seen of Informant's channel, I don't know if he's still here watching us. I have a feeling he's not. I have a feeling it's just softcore Apple and soft Apple core and Malik. I have a feeling Malik's the other person who's watching me, not Informant anymore. I'm in the same boat weed-wise. I'm so sorry to hear that, my dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. The tolerance is too high. it's a tragedy. Like, I literally sweat THC nowadays. It's sad. But, yeah, I mean, I have a feeling the Anti-Natalist Informant is not very much about self-love. If I remember his channel, if I remember his voice, it sounds very Anadonia-like, which is Anadonia is like the lack of... Do I love myself? Oh, fuck yeah, I love myself, homie. I'm a narcissist. Of course I love myself. Wait, of course you do. Oh, Antanas Informant says, of course I love myself. I just don't love humanity as a whole. And yeah, I guess me and Informant are both self-lovers. We love ourselves. Yep, I knew it. Yeah, I love myself, homie. I'm like the best person I know. So when it comes down to it, it's just how it be. You know, no one is as awesome as Brand. Just kidding. There's people who are more awesome than me. But when it comes down to it, I don't know them personally. So I'm number one in my book. Brand number one in his own book. In your book, I recommend having me as number one also. I mean, I can't deny that, but to each their own. Someone's definitely viewing me. Not on Facebook, someone's watching me on Twitch, and 3 people on YouTube. Odd. How is it going, y'all, on a subjective level? Subjective, because objectively life is miserable. Like we aren't doing good out here. Life ain't good. That's a lie. My misanthropy started from self-hatred, then realized that I hated about what I was, consuming selfish animal applied to all sentience. No, I completely understand that. I think I kind of started hating myself, and then I started hating other people, and then basically just turned into like a loathing of all things. What do I love about myself, though? Are you talking to me, or are you talking to the Antinatalist Informant? Because what I love about myself is just I don't really know. I mean, I guess I'm just narcissistic, so it's just kind of like in general thinking that I'm better than people because I have like kind of like psychopathic tendencies, and so basically I'm like colder and less biased on things, and just you know, the emotional flatness basically makes me kind of cocky about my own nature. It makes me feel like I have like a more unbiased, logical perspective than most people, just because most people will go through an effective empathy filter, and that's kind of how they react to things, is based off of like how they feel rather than how they think is correct. and I kind of operate on a mixture of both, but typically I'm typically based off of what I think is correct over what I feel is correct. So because of that, I feel like I feel superior to other people in that nature. So that's why I love myself, because I feel better than other people, and I don't mind other people. And if I've loved one other person in my life, here's the thing. At one point, I would have said I do not love myself. I do not love anybody. But once I realized I had fallen in love with someone, but I'm still number one in my book, that means basically if I love someone and I'm still number one, that means by default I must love myself. So, bing, bang, boom, I love myself. I'm number one. Look out for the boom. Yeah, I mean, the only person that I've ever loved pretty much was basically me, but female. So, I mean, she's dead now. But yeah, the only person I've ever loved had like narcissistic tendencies, felt superior in some ways, but knew she wasn't superior. Basically, exactly like me, where it's like I know I'm not superior to other people, but I feel like I'm superior to other people. She was basically me, but like female, and way more fucked up in terms of mental disorders, but not fucked up in terms of like violent tendencies. So yeah, I'd say I could fall in love with someone who is basically like myself because kind of funny, I guess. Yeah, I fell in love with someone who's basically like a female version of me. Like, is it ironic that I'd fall in love with like me? Yeah, I mean, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, obviously she was her own person. She was very much unique, had very unique talents that I would never have in my own life. She was a very talented, special person, more talented than myself. But when it comes down to it, a lot of our personality was very much aligned. So, yeah, I can't say that like I fell in love with like opposites attract or anything. No, it was definitely like she was more like me than an opposite of me. Yo, what's up, Colin? How's it going?
My legs are broken.
Your legs are broken?
Yeah, I was jumping with 400 pounds in the air, doing calf raises, and I was only getting air like this with 400 pounds.
Yo, good for you, my dude.
And this girl was watching me do it, and I was making eye contact with this dude that that me and him talk sometimes in the sauna, and he's hardcore repping tries. And he just looks down and sees me jump. He nods and I nod at him, and we just keep going. And the girl looks down in front of me because there's a machine like this, and she's facing that way, and I'm facing towards her, but the machine covers most of it. She goes down, looks at the weight. She looks up, finishes her rep. She gets up and goes to her friend and starts talking to her friend over there. And I just keep on going. She comes back over there and sits down and starts ripping. It was good.
So you and some random dude were bobbing up and down.
Yeah, we were bobbing.
Then you just made eye contact with some random hot chick.
All the high school boys call me boss there. They're like, "What's good, boss?"
Fair
and
enough,
shit like
dude.
that. And all the middle schoolers ask me why I don't have a girlfriend and why I'm not fucking bitches.
Because you're gay. Just kidding.
Probably.
I'm just kidding.
Probably at this point. I'm starting to think that, brand. I'm just so stop being sexy.
No, it's because everybody in this family is going to die alone. It's the curse of the Gill family name. Just kidding.
But you're still not smoking?
No, I made a post on my YouTube channel saying that I wouldn't smoke, and so therefore now it's official. I'm not going to smoke till Wednesday.
Well, will you at least watch me smoke?
Sure, I'll hang out with you as you smoke, I guess.
He's going to be crabby the next 2 days.
I ran out of shirts at the gym, Dad, so I just walked out like this. I was big flexing. I was big flexing on people. Big concert. Thinking about starting squatting soon. You still have that bar downstairs?
Lord Almighty. We're getting a narration of what it's like to be in this household.
Love is just a four-letter word. I'll be right back. My brother's being annoying. Malik says he is agnostic to self-love, so he's not sure if he loves himself or not. He's kind of in the middle. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. That's kind of where I was for a long period of time. Eventually, you kind of realize that, hey man, if you once you start to love someone on the planet, you realize that you're probably a better person than them if you're an antinatalist or nephalist and they're not. So you may as well love yourself more than them from a logical standpoint. So eventually you'll love yourself, Malik. I believe in you.
Man, look how swole I look when I go like this.
Man, good for you, Colin. Swell boy.
Do I look pretty big though?
Sure.
I don't know. I feel like I look pretty big. Man, look at that.
Wow.
See that vein right there? Veins there. I even got a little bit of abs coming in, right?
Yup.
I'm sorry, Brand. I'm just trying to be that gym influencer,
Yeah, we get you, Colin, being a gym influencer.
But is that a bad post? Are people gonna be like, dude, I don't want to see that?
Colin, no one wants to see anybody flexing online. Colin, no one wants to see their ego get. Okay, here's the thing. I mean, unless if it's a woman, maybe. If it's another dude, then they're gonna be like, "Good for you, homie," in the comment section. But in their mind, they're gonna be like crying on the inside, like, "Why can't I have those gains?" So more.
Exactly. That's what I'm just flexing on.
Some
I'm just flexing
dude who I think is potentially gay wants to see you flex. Yeah,
You wanna see?
Here we'll close that for you guys. It's my brother. He's a beefy dude.
Here, let me start going.
There you go. You're welcome, Soft Apple. That's my brother for you, beefy boy. Has lots of muscles.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of muscles, so. He says to step on him.
For me to step on you?
Not on me. He says to step on him.
Oh. I'll sit on him.
Colin says he'll sit on you. I'm
In the gay Discord, it's okay.
what?
Me and the homies, we have a gay Discord. We always have to be fully naked in the Discord chat.
I don't. Fair enough. Colin says he's in the Discord chat where all the homies be naked. So I mean,
Not really, Brent. It's all metaphor.
it's a metaphor. He says. Don't know how metaphoric that is.
We just
but
talk about fucking each other in like the most straight way.
you just talk about fucking each other in a very straight way. Okay. Yes. As you've now heard here. Sometimes you gotta fuck each other in a straight way. You know, as long as you're wearing
For homie
socks.
respect, you know, because you love your homies.
Yeah, you gotta love your homie's prostate.
Exactly. We'll be in the Discord though, right?
Only in Discord.
Only in Discord.
Only in Discord. You guys are such scholars. Yeah, obviously I'm a philosophy major. You can really tell by my attitude. I'm very professional. Are you really homies if you can't find his prostate? Yeah, you're right, Apple Core. You can't call yourself a friend if you with another lad if you can't make him nut.
You know that badge I had? It fell off. I don't know where it went.
What badge?
The little thing that hung right here.
Oh, the little like lightning bolt thing.
The little air symbol, the speedometer.
That's tragic.
I know. I don't know where it went. So if you see it, and I don't know, it just disappeared while I was walking, or here, or in my car somewhere.
You take your bag to the gym or no?
I don't bring it in. I just throw it on top of my dash.
Huh.
So it could have fell off while I was walking to the gym in campus, or when I walked in here one day. Because I bring it in here, you know.
Random viewer asked what's my brother into love-wise. I'm pretty sure my brother's heterosexual, but we all suspect he's gay.
I'm straight as fuck.
He says he's straight as fuck. He's lying.
I don't know what heterosexual means, but like I think
heterosexual means straight.
Okay, I'm not. Yeah, I'm definitely heterosexual. You know, I am in love with myself. I am actually narcissistic. Because I'm an egotistic person. I think I'm the best person in the world. I think all the bitches just like wish they could have my shoes and my style, and then they see my muscles and they're like, "Damn, he's even got a good body." But then they're like, "His personality probably is tragic."
Basically, my dad has. Basically, my father has narcissistic personality disorder, and we inherited that essentially. Probably my mother as well a little bit. So we inherited that. Yeah, I mean, my mom's arrogant, so we've definitely inherited the worst sides of our parents' genes. So you know, it is what it is. Inherited all the positive traits. Positive is an add negative traits. From sacred to profane, how do we get to prostates? Says Malik. Very carefully. All philosophies lead to prostates in the end. Don't you know that? All philosophies lead to. If you read Nietzsche's long enough, you'll realize he's just talking about anal sex the whole time. That's not actually true, but I mean, if it was, I wouldn't be as.
God damn it, Grant! You're getting high from being around me.
No, I'm just drunk because I've been drinking. I assume that's what you meant by taking a shot.
Yeah. I want to take a couple more, but I also have to.
And by that, I'm not actually drunk. I'm just like slightly tipsy, but not even tipsy. I don't even feel tipsy, but I know I'm not sober because I'm talkative, and I'm usually not very talkative. I mean, I am, but I'm not. I'm not this talkative. My charisma score has also been boosted as if I like took a shot in Fallout or something like that. So I'm pretty much a Fallout character at this point. I'm just a stat sheet.
Damn, Brand. You just rizzed on your fucking computer.
I don't know what that means.
You just made your computer horny from talking about yourself like the ego is, but in a good way. I have a
Yup.
dab for you, Brant.
My brother is offering me a free dab. I'm sorry for everybody that I said I wouldn't be taking a hit, but when it comes down to it, free weed
You're
is
just gonna
free.
have to do it tomorrow.
Free weed is free weed. I don't care. I said I'd take a tolerance break. I'm a liar. I'm a liar.
But you're gonna take one tomorrow,
I'm a
Brant.
filthy liar.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll start my tolerance break. I'm lying again. It was that easy. All you just be like, hey, bro, you want to hit? And I'm like, hey, you know what? My tolerance break is gone now. Goodbye, tolerance break. We'll start that tomorrow.
How was that hit?
Lord Almighty. Oh, fuck me. My brother told me that was a good hit, by the way. My brother told me that we're meant to massage. What?
What did they say?
This dude said his brother used a dildo to open his chakra, like in fucking Avatar.
What?
You know what Avatar where he's
Yeah,
like,
he,
open your
shoved it in-
chakra.
Yeah, he like shoved it in his asshole, and he thinks his asshole's his chakra because it widened.
Yeah, remember that scene?
And he's like, now I'm able to shit more gracefully.
Yo,
Now
you remember
I'm
that?
having a better day.
You remember that scene in Avatar? Colin, you remember the Avatar scene with the banana dude that like drink the fucking banana sauce? Remember that guy?
Yeah.
You remember how he was like in the ponds and all that, and they're all clogged by leaves, and he's like, you gotta let the chakra flow, and then the leaves fucking like push from the dam, and the water's just flowing. It's like that, but with dick. You just need to take a little dick in the ass to get the inner chakras flowing.
The homies would love that.
Yeah, the homies. Christ. Fuck. I hate being alive. Philosophy major, guys. This is what it is. This is pure philosophy. Onion banana juice. Christ. This is what happened when you have no backbone. You can trust no promise. Steve. Honestly, Steve, our boy Steven from the Stop at Efilism, he's gonna have so much content to work with in this stream. He's just gonna be like, bro, like this guy is talking about so much weird shit. Honestly, he's gonna have a fucking gold run of this. Like, I'm so happy for him. He's gonna be like this Efilis defamed Avatar The Last Airbender, unsubscribe, and I'm gonna be like, honestly, understandable. Alan, are you being a bad influence on me? You know I can't refuse weed. You're gonna be on a YouTube short for sure. Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna be famous. And there's like 50 subscribers. I'm gonna be an absolute meme, a legend.
He is, and I'm gonna be his brother, and I'm gonna be the hype beast behind him.
Yup.
I'm gonna be the hype beast rocking Nike SB Air Force Ones. Brant, that's my tool.
Hey man, just spit
Don't
on metal.
pick it up, bro.
I know. Well,
I'm finna bake Tigos.
you're big.
No, you.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm in a little bit. I'm definitely higher. My voice is. Yo, that's my brother.
They've already seen me.
Yeah, well, Soft Apple has. Malik has, and I think he dipped out for a little bit. So. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, but that's my brother for you. Fair enough. No. My brother's not a Nephilist. My brother is what you would call a moral anti-realist or like a moral nihilist, I guess. I mean, I guess he's more of like a moral anti-realist. Are you a moral?
I'm just a realist, Brad, but I'm also a Confucianist.
Colin's a realist, and I guess he claims he's a Confucianist. I guess I forget who Confucius is. I did.
They basically just think that there is no purpose of thinking about the afterlife because it's only going to make you selfish and dream about it. So you might as well just focus on your virtues and morals and focus on family and friends and living the best life that you can with no religious in mind other than dying and knowing that you lived a virtuous life. So then you can get into heaven if there is one. Meditation.
To like better yourself or whatever.
Yeah. They rant about they're like, think about what the bad things you did, think about how you could change them, think about all the positive things you did and how you can do those more often and shit like that. That's what they tell you as you're like meditating.
So I guess my brother has some type of moral system. I don't know if he even knows what it is, but at least it's like based off of bettering yourself. So he believes that you should better yourself, which is better than some people's belief switches that, you know, you can just do whatever the fuck you want. So I mean, hey, you know, like that's good.
Which is why I say I'm a realist, and that's also why I'm an egoist, because I think I'm better than everybody, because I have money, I know I'm doing good things, or try to do good things.
Money doesn't have anything to do with...
Yeah, I know, but I know I try to do good things, too. And I don't know. It's like I know that I'm not looking forward and being greedy about an afterlife, and I'm not trying to diss other people's religions. I'm just trying to live my life the best and make others people
honestly, I don't think dissing people's religions has anything to do with being a good person or a bad person. Frankly, there's plenty of religious on Colin, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, true.
Fair enough. Problem is, you don't focus... person says your relationship is awesome. I wish I had a fraction of what that love and family and friends.
It's pretty complicated. If you want to see a really good one, tell them that my friends Frodo and Momo, the Discord I'm in, they actually like play video games in the same Discord together. They work at the same job together. They used to live in the same apartment together as brothers.
Like, our relationship's weird. Like, we smoke together, we talk sometimes, and other times we just start yelling at each other like, fuck you! So, you know, we kind of, we're not the greatest of brothers, but we're not the worst. You know, we're better than people who just kind of completely ignore each other, I guess.
Yeah, we're better than what we were as kids.
Yeah, as kids, we kind of just ignore each other.
And you tried to kill me.
I tried to kill you? Yeah, did I?
He stomped on my head on the stairs.
Oh, apparently I stomped on his head as the stairs. I don't remember that, but that's just because I'm a psychopath and everything I do that's violent is just a minor thing to me. But apparently to my brother, I stomped on his head as a kid. So, you know, don't even remember that. Ayo, apparently I did that, though. So, more psychopathic news.
You also like bent my fingers and like ripped the skin out when pinching me.
Yeah, apparently I'd also bend his fingers and like rip his skin off a couple times.
Yeah, you like pinched me and like twisted like a remote.
Yeah, I remember that. I was a little fucker who would just like try to like be like, I'm not hurting you. Yeah, I know. I am a little bit of a fucker who would try to break your arm a little bit too. Yeah, I was a piece of shit as a kid. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I make myself. I make my kid self sound nicer than he actually was. I'm sorry. My brother is basically just saying I'm a piece of shit when I was a kid, and it's 100% true. I was until like the age of like 10, where I kind of like started like chilling out. He's playing with a June bug. Marco, stop harassing the June bug.
They like the song, not you.
But yeah, I was a little piece of shit as a kid. Not gonna lie. I mean, when did I stop being a piece of shit in your opinion? Like in terms of like probably around like 10 or 11.
I'd say like middle school, you probably got a little bit better, but then you also turned just into like a prick.
Yeah, in middle school I stopped being violent, but I started turning into a real prick. There we go.
You turned into the full cactus into the college.
Yeah, I was no longer a little like naturally psychopathic motherfucker just wanted to injure people without understanding why I wanted to injure people. But I was.
Now he's like a full
But it
grown
makes
man psychopath that has his opinions and beliefs and is able to justify why he wants to like kill everything.
yeah. Now Collins isn't basically a professional philosophical psychopath, but you know, hey, I mean that's not wrong, but it's also, I mean, hey, I based my things. I worked from utilitarianism, realized utilitarianism was flawed, became a
Same
negative
here, Grant.
utilitarian,
That's what I said too. That's
and
why I said,
so
Grant. That's why I said in utilitarian, I would be a utilitarian last year when asked. But I said it's all fucking false. It's all a utopia, and that's why I said I'm a realist in my class. And that's why I changed it halfway through. It started going on a rant, and some kid raised his hand for the last presentation and said,
Well, the only
"Colin
thing-
didn't even do his presentation right. He didn't even do it on the two subjects. He just went on an off rant. Is he still going to get a graded right?" And the teacher
the only
said,
thing
yes,
flawed
the
with
realist is real.
utilitarianism is that you can justify really, really bad things for the sake of like doing pleasure, basically.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you can be like,
We can steal 40%. We can steal all the water in Africa because they're only 30% to save 70% of the world.
basically, like you can justify really shitty things under utilitarianism, but negative utilitarianism is just about pain. So, what the fuck's that Junebug doing?
Still trying to thrive for Marco, bro.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kill the Junebug so Marco stops torturing it. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, it
Goodbye.
was already hurt probably from his way.
God, I should have crushed it while recording it for the Men in Black challenge. Christ, never mind. That's a dumb challenge that's happening right now. You can do the same with negative utilitarianism too, right?
WD-40 that bitch's ass up and hit it from the back because it was looking kind of whack,
like the pleasurist.
Slid it in like I got a tic tac. She said you don't got a tic tac. Hit that shit once again. I lost a beat, Brand. I don't know where I was coming from.
The Men in Black challenge apparently is a challenge where you stomp on a... Marco, what the fuck are you doing? Are you eating it? He just ate the Junebug. What the fuck? Okay, anyways, get your protein, Marco, you little fucker, you little weirdo. The Men in Black... the Men in Black challenge is a challenge where you basically just, like, you know, like cockroach in the first Men in Black. There's a scene where I guess they like shrink him down or something, like stomp on him, and or like they turn big and they stomp on him. But either way, there's something where you stomp on him. Some random person on Discord came into one of my FLS streams and just started rant. I guess their mission was to try to get people to do this thing regardless of what like who the person was. So they just happened to come into my FLS stream and get exposed to FLism and antinatalism and veganism, while at the same time exposing me to this thing called the Men in Black challenge. And I was like, hey, you know what? If I go along with this Men in Black challenge thing, I'm sure I can keep this person around long enough to like hear my philosophy out. And moral of the story is they stayed in the chat for like 3 hours talking to me, so they heard plenty of FLS shenanigans. But I also basically volunteered to do this Men in Black challenge thing, which is not against my ethics because I'm a pro-mortalist, so I'm all about killing small insects so they don't reproduce. So when it comes down to it, I was like, sure, why not? Like, if you want me to like crush a few bugs on camera, if that will get you to stick in this conversation long enough for me to convince you to go vegan, maybe go for it. Like, I volunteer as tribute, I guess. Good job, you psychopathic genius. Like the pleasurists. What the fuck is the channel pleasurist? Gnostic. Perpetual pleasurist. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, I have issues with perpetual pleasurist just because he's all for pleasure and he thinks pleasure is objectively good, even though it's potentially completely an illusion. He thinks the illusion is objectively worth pursuing. I completely disagree with that. I think illusions have a large cost to both yourself and other beings, and it's not worth pursuing an illusion when the cost is that high.
That's why Confucianism is good, Brand, because you don't put aspects on the afterlife. You just focus on the moment now and living a good, virtuous moment now.
Well, what is living a virtuous moment now in your eyes?
Me?
Yeah.
Not me driving drunk, crashing into cars, not me flipping off my teacher, not me smoking in the classroom.
Well, that's just inaction, though.
Smelling good and presentable to the public, me showing up to work and working out and making sure that I'm the best person while treating my family with respect and everybody I see with respect.
What is respecting another person?
Not being like, why are you wearing shitty shoes, or why you look like that? Why are you not trying hard enough? or I don't know.
Do you think respecting another person also implies helping them if they're in need, or no?
Not really.
Not really.
Like I don't need to help them. I don't need to communicate with them. But like, I could like walk up to someone and ruin their day easily. And sometimes abstaining, kind of like if like you're a Christian and you're dropping news things into other countries, that's kind of bad, perceived bad, even though you think you're helping them. You know what I mean? Like so, talking to people sometimes is negative. Like some people don't want to talk to.
I mean, yeah, some people don't want to be talked to, but
you could talk to them in a positive way, and you could talk to them in a negative way. So it's like when you do talk to someone, you have to talk to them in a good way.
So you use obligations to just family and friends, and not causing problems for those outside of such ties, basically. I don't know if that's being virtuous. I think that's just doing like the bare minimum of like obligations to like people you are like, you know.
Yeah, it's like societal obligation.
That's just called social contract, my dude.
I follow social contract theory.
Yo, bro, I literally followed social contract theory in high school when I was like full on psychopath. You mean like someday I'm gonna be his fucking one of Jeffrey Dahmer, that little bitch. Just kidding. But I was like that basically in high school. I was just like social contract's the way, but I'm probably gonna be a serial killer someday. Now I'm not. So you know, when it comes down to it, though, it's just kind of like social contracts, kind of It's just it's not really virtuous in my opinion. Virtuous kind of implies like you're going above and beyond what is like, required of you, I guess. Like you're being like a better than average person. Like being a virtuous person isn't just being like the normal everyday person, you know? So being like, I'm gonna help my family and people who are gonna help me is just kind of like a normal thing, you know what I mean? But when it comes to like and then when it comes to like doing basic things like being generally not mean to strangers, and that's just kind of like a basic societal obligation. So I mean, I wouldn't say that's being virtuous in my opinion. That's just kind of like being a normal person.
But I also do think about how I can work on myself, and also how I word my sentences, and how I make myself not look dumb and be like clear and objective, so that I don't turn into an asshole, or they don't get confused and things are just good. So like thinking in like how it's sauna and stuff like that, just thinking about like your everyday and shit like that. Thinking about like you're gonna go do something, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean?
Being like wise, I guess. I'm gonna guess the pursuit of wisdom is like a thing that's generally considered like good in ancient philosophy. There is no pleasure in thinking of it, says Malik Gill. Respect treating someone how you want to be. Respect is softcore Apple says respect is treating someone how you'd want to be treated.
That's one of my main mottos.
Okay. I agree, I suppose. Well,
that's one of Confucianism's mottos before I even learned about it too. So that's why I'm an asshole to some people, because they're an asshole to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No further respect, just how you
like you're a dickhead, then I'll roast the fuck out of them. And obviously roasting the fuck out of them is nice. Doing that to a stranger wouldn't be nice, but I'm trying to justify because that person's already an ass, or to speak down on me or someone else, and there's no justification for it other than him being probably selfish or trying to better himself because he's a bull or ego boost himself.
Soft Apple Core asks, are you okay with lying to others' brands? And are you okay to being lied to? I'm okay to being lied to, depending on who it is. Like, if it was a stranger, I'd be like, dick move, bro, but understandable. I mean, I'd lie to a stranger too, I guess. There's no point not to, or no point to, either way. Would I care if a friend lied to me? not necessarily. If the friend specifically said like something like, "Oh, we have no reason to lie to each other," so it's just like if we like establish something like explicitly being like, "Oh, we are at this point in a relationship where there's no point to lie," like lying would just be like silly and stupid and like just like childish. Like you'd be lying just to lie, like I'm a liar, you know. And like if you establish like something like that and then you lie for no reason, then it's kind of like I'd be like, what the fuck? And that's happened to me before, but I still was friends with the person afterwards. Like it didn't really like it bothered me, but it didn't like bother me enough to like stopping like acquaintances slash friends with the person. So, I mean, do I mind being lied to? It's not exactly great, but I don't particularly care. I mean, it's just kind of a byproduct of being in social relationships. Do I lie to people? I don't like to lie to people, but I do it quite a lot. It's just kind of the nature of being who I am. But I don't lie to people like a ton. I used to lie more than I do now. I pretty much only lie if I need to. And I pretty much do like half lies slash half truths, stuff like that. I mean, it's the most strategic way of lying is to do a half lie. So, I mean, it's not a compliment to say I do half true. Yeah, I mean, okay, when it comes down to it, I lie, and I also tell the truth a lot. Like, I tell the truth when people would expect me to lie, and then I sometimes, uh, I'll lie when it makes sense to lie, but I'll also tell the truth when it makes sense to lie. Just because then it basically makes, and I'll take some L's to take some wins, you know what I mean? Take some major L's, and then you basically can get away with certain things later on. Like, take some small losses, and then you can get some major wins, if you know what I mean. Especially in, like, work. It's just like, you a little bit late here and there, be honest, you're just being a lazy piece of shit, something like that, you know? But then, like, you fuck up majorly, be like, oh, it wasn't because I was trying to, skip a few steps or anything. It was because, you know, more of the story is lie in strategic ways. Do I lie? Yes. Do I like to lie? Not particularly. I don't get off on lying. Lying's kind of not cash money. I don't particularly find it pleasing because I don't like to be lied to myself. I don't like, get angry per se when people lie to me, but I don't like to be lied to. So I typically don't lie just because for multiple reasons. One, a relationship founded on lies is no relationship at all, and I typically only interact with like my friends and acquaintances. I don't like to interact with like strangers very much outside of like work settings, or like if I'm like walking around in public and I just happen to see someone who's like talking about something like I'm interested, I'd be like, oh yeah, I like that too, blah blah blah, and then maybe I'll get in a conversation for a minute or two, and I'll be like, yeah, it was fun, I'll see you around or something. Probably not, but take care, and then I'll just like walk off. So like I'll interact with people, but like when it comes down to it, I don't really have reasons to lie to strangers. I don't have like a lying addiction. When it comes to friends, there's no point of lying to friends because if you want to have a good relationship with them, you may as well have it be founded on the truth. So pretty much I typically try to avoid lying as much as possible. But at like work or if like my parents back in the past, I'd lie to them quite a bit just because, hey, as Colin said, yes, it's better. You gotta lie sometimes. There's no reason not to. In some cases, from a consequentialist perspective, it just makes sense to lie. If like telling the truth just makes people angry and it doesn't do anything for anybody. So.
They're just sad to talk to you about something that you won't change.
Basically, exactly what Colin said. It's just like if you say the truth, sometimes it will either make them angry or it'll make them sad, and it's not going to change anything in terms of like your behavior or their behavior. It's just going to ruin their mood for a day or two or a couple hours. So okay, so you're surprisingly trustworthy, although you're a psychopathic narcissist. Yes, I'm a very trustworthy person. I care about my friends, and I would not betray them. That being said, and I would even really go around betraying people. Like if someone like asked me to look after their like I don't know, someone that was in public and someone was like, hey, can you like hold on to my wallet for a minute or two? I'd be like, yeah, sure. Like I wouldn't have any reason to betray people's trust, but when it comes down to it, I do have very, very narcissistic traits, and I'd have like very little effective empathy and violent thoughts and stuff like that. So like when it comes down to it, I'm very psychopathic, but I'm also like a decent person who's not gonna like betray people that I generally care about. Is it possible for me / people to offend you? Yeah. The only way to really offend me is basically I consider myself kind of like an ideology as like when I'm high I have emotions, but when I'm sober I'm pretty much just like this walking void that like has a slight personality, but in reality it's just basically just like ideologies and beliefs. Like I pretty much am just like I literally just like want to talk about philosophy and pretty much like that's all I care about. So when it comes down to if you insult like ephilism without like actually genuinely like tackling it in some way, but you're just like, oh, you're dumb, you're a psycho, you're a murderer, and you just start like attacking ephilism or something like that, then that will offend me because I'm basically just an ideology. I'm basically just negative utilitarianism and ephilism and antinatalism in person form. So if you attack that, I'm gonna get angry. And then similarly speaking, if you attack my husk, my shell, my body, then I also get a little bit annoyed. So if you like say like your hair looks like shit, or like your tattoos are kind of feminine or ugly or something like that, I'd be like, hey man, this is literally a woman's tattoo from a video game, but I don't give a fuck. But also I'll be then inside like, dang bro, don't come at me like that. I'm a vulnerable narcissist. I'm a narcissist, but I'm not Colin over here who's a grandiose narcissist. I have vulnerable narcissism. I require ego stimulation. This guy's just like, I'm God.
If someone was to say my hair is bad, I'm gonna be like, shit, I just need a haircut.
Basically, Colin's gonna be like, shit, you need a haircut. And I'm gonna be like, is my hair actually bad? And then after like a couple hours, I'll be like, no, I'm awesome. But for like a couple hours, I'll be like, fuck, maybe my hair is bad. Maybe I do need to change my hairstyle, huh? Or if they're like, you look great with long hair, Brian, I'd be like, you know what? I probably would look great with long hair. And then I'm gonna grow my hair out long because that literally happened. So I looked fucking great by the way. I looked like fucking like Prince Charming from fucking Shrek. Like some fuckboy like hippie version of like Colin levitating. What happened to Superhuman Dance? What happened to Superhuman Dance? What do you mean what happened to Superhuman Dance? Other than the fact that he's a little bitch. Fuck that guy. No, I'm kidding. I fucking hate him though. Like low key, his personality is the most annoying fucking thing I've ever witnessed on YouTube. Like I literally just talked to that guy for like 5 minutes, and he just started like swearing at me and like calling me retarded. And I'm like, yo, bro, I literally just like asked you, are you a negative utilitarian? And you're like, what do you mean by? What are you? And what do you mean by negative utilitarian? You gotta like really be firm on your definitions, bro. You're like, and I'm like, this guy is inhuman. You cannot have a conversation with him. It's impossible to talk to Superhuman Dance like a fucking human being. Like you actually have to be like, you have to like the little meme of like whenever like to like ask a question in philosophy, it's like, so like how is your day going? And then it's like Jordan Peterson, and he's like breaking down like, well, you see, like, what do you mean by how in like day and me and doing? Like, this is a very complex question, and there's many ways you could go about breaking this down. The fucking memes of like philosophy where it's just like where it's just like break everything down and define every single fucking word. That's literally Superhuman Dance. You cannot just have a conversation with a fucking man about like normative ethics. Like, oh, do you think rape is wrong? And he'd be like,
what do you mean by rape? And I'd be like, fucking hell. So, and that guy is Virginia. Soft crap though. I love those memes. So it's like, yeah, it's like Superhuman Dance. He's a negative utilitarian. He's an ethicist. He's a vegan. He's an antinatalist. Therefore, he's an ally. But he's also the most annoying motherfucker I've ever goddamn met on this fucking planet. so, yeah, there's that. I mean, there's no person that I've ever met that has pissed me off in such a short time span. So yeah, and he just immediately just starts attacking everybody who ever like talks to him. It's like me like trying to like be like, this dude. I just wanted him to briefly explain the is-ought gap and how he thought he could like bridge that or whatever the fuck. And something about objective truth. I was like, okay, do you believe in objective truth? Like, is there objectively things that are wrong and right? He's like, well, you see, there's actually multiple perspectives of objective truth, and you're gonna need to watch my series from this episode all the way to here. And I'm like, how long is that gonna take? And he's just like, doesn't matter how long it will take. Just watch my videos. I looked at it. I'd have to watch this dude for like straight up like fucking like 20 something days straight just to like watch like half of his content. Like I'm not gonna fucking like be like, oh yes, Superhuman Dance. I'm gonna take you at your word. You're clearly God. Let me just dump fucking like 20 days of my time into fucking listening to you ramble like a fucking psychotic about like fucking breakdancing and philosophy. No, I'm not going to kill myself. I would rather commit seppuku and leave the blade in me and for a couple hours before I pull it out and bleed to death. I'd rather just sit there with a blade like sitting in my chest, like, oh, just sensationalizing the pain, meaning like this is true objective value, baby. Oh, and I'd rather do that than fucking. My brother's just looking at me like, what the fuck? Yo, straight up, superhero. Fuck Superman. Have you seen Blithering Geniuses Ephilism videos? I have not. Blithering Geniuses. Blithering Geniuses. I'm gonna look him up right now. Gosh, I love being crossfaded, Colin. It is the way.
I know, that's why I go to the bar.
Facts.
I just get high and go to the bar after having like 3 teas, and then I come back and smoke some more after I'm wasted because I don't like drinking.
Yes, ever heard of that channel Going to Watch? Never heard that channel.
I really want to get a squat bar or like that bar rack so I can start squatting because like.
You just talking about squatting?
Yeah, because like I feel like I can squat, but because you know how I have weird knees, like, I squat like this. You know what I mean? Like my knees go forward a lot, but you don't want 4 straight knees. You want to bend your ass like that. So I want to get a bar so I can practice form. Because there's definitely muscles that don't get worked by the way that I walk and stand.
I mean, could you just try like getting different soles on your shoes?
Yeah, my Yeezys make me stand better because their heels are elevated
like
this, so it makes me do.
Yeah, you can just get like little implants for your shoes though. You could wear for your normal, and Stat has those for his feet. You can probably just get those and add them to your other shoes.
Looking at some knee braces.
Knee braces?
Yeah, they make you.
I mean,
there's like shoulder things too, so you can't move your shoulders or these things so much. So when you lift, you're just instead of like.
Fair enough. I mean, if it'll help with your posture and like not kill your back, I mean, why not
That's
go
what I'm
for
thinking,
it? I mean,
like,
you have
I
the
don't want
money.
to spend the $200.
Christ. I'm still here. Okay, we're not done yet, boys. We're still going. Don't. I just disconnected because the Wi. Fuck, it's still going bad. I think his Final Fantasy exam. We're experiencing technical difficulties. Indeed, you're 100% right. You threw left me in the dark. I'm so sorry. The Wi-Fi went dookie there. I mean, I'm literally outside, so you can imagine how shitty the Wi-Fi is. I could probably be using the hotspot on my phone.
I took one more dab, so we can go inside.
Oh, you took a dab, so you're going inside.
No, I said I took one more, so we can go inside.
Praise be. We're always here for you, Malik. Stay strong, homie. You're never alone in the dark. Look for the light. Fireflies. Marco. Look at that boy. Don't scream at me.
Yeah. Mom really came in clutch though with the onions on it. Giving me that extra testosterone.
I don't know what that means.
Brandon, you know that?
Malik, don't answer that. Just.
I am probably.
One person that was watching me just like, I'm out of here. No, you don't need information. Why would you need that information, dude? My social security number is 3. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna tell you. For the good of Ethylism, yes, of course.
Did they get you a cheese pizza?
No, they didn't give me a cheese pizza, Colin. I'm vegan. I literally had to make fucking like bean paste in that thing as they had like literally eating pizza in front of me, and I was just like sitting here like swearing to myself on the inside, like I hate being alive. It's not. They're totally vegan pizzas, but they're not gonna like order a vegan pizza because just to like spite me, I guess. I don't fucking know. Help you with what? Nah, not really, bro. You got this. Yeah, I know, but I'm streaming, my dude. I'd rather continue streaming than be with the futon. No, I'm good. You're just trying to get me to help you, and I'm not buying it. Oh yeah, I totally want to watch you build your futon. That was sarcasm. You two are cool siblings. Thanks. I'm the cooler of the sibling. No, I'm kidding. I'm a piece of shit. But he's a also a piece of shit in his own way. But he's cooler than me in terms of popularity and style and stuff like that. I'm cooler in terms of being a good person. And together we are the Gills, pieces of shit in our own ways. It's born into our DNA. Hey man, no, it's more like the other way around. He talks about crypto nonstop, and it gives me like borderline aneurysm. But in the past, I was a little piece of shit. So yeah, in the past maybe, but nowadays, Colin kind of just tortures me with talking about crypto, and I'm just crying on the inside as I have to hear things that I don't need to know. Marco, that was the most sad meow I've heard you make in like the longest time. Are you okay, my homie? Where are you? I'm too not sober to find you. Hello. No, actually, where the fuck are you, bro? You just meowed. I have no clue. Oh my god. Maybe he's outside? No, he's not. Oh, he's right here. Hello. Why did you make such a weird noise, bro? Virginia guy is someone you feel empathy for. I can't find the channel. Oh, yeah, fuck, I forgot about that. Let's look up that guy's channel. Blithering Geniuses. Blithering. Listen. Do we want to watch this on stream? Let's see how old the video is. If it's older than a year, I'll watch it. But
incarnation. There we go.
Yeah, it might even be. I don't think it's below freezing, but it's pretty damn close to freezing.
And no, I have not seen this.
Anyway. I was up late and I couldn't sleep, so I decided to go out for a walk. I certainly have taken his perspective seriously, and I find it to be an interesting perspective. Because,
Gary or someone?
Well, because in a way it's the opposite of mine, where it's diametrically opposed on certain axes. But on the other hand, we are in agreement on certain things. In particular, we are in pretty close agreement about biological realism, and I would say, well, again, fairly close agreement on psychological realism, or at least, let me put it this way. We have similar views on biology and psychology. Take whatever he's given at face value and just rush off and just do stuff, like most people. Yeah, he questioned a lot of things and rejected a lot of things, but he retained some things that I rejected at an early age. In particular, altruism, or more generally, morality, and hedonism. Although I know Amendum doesn't like the word hedonism as a description of his value system, but it is an accurate term because it just means that he situates...
Wrong video. Do the Final Fantasy one. Okay. Final Fantasy 7, 14. Has to be the penis.
All right, I am going to respond to a Final Fantasy comment on a thread here. I'm not going to go through the thread, but I am going to respond to a comment that he made, in which he listed his axioms, what he called axioms. They're not really axioms, but they're just beliefs or claims. You know, axioms are things that you don't justify. You take them as starting points of reasoning. So there's no such thing as a rational or uniquely rational axiom, because axioms have no rational justification. They can't. Because if they did, they wouldn't be axioms. They would be derived from something else. So axioms are things that you sort of commit to a priori of reasoning or thought, but you can't consciously commit to certain axioms. But then by doing so, you would know that they're not forced on you, but that you are choosing them as a framework for organizing your thought, or as a basis for a shared belief system or something like that, that we are going to accept these axioms. Right? That's the point of we hold these truths to be self-evident, or whatever it says. Is that in the Declaration of Independence? I don't know. Anyway, they're things that you take either to be self-evident, or if you're going to be rational about them, then you would admit that they are choices. You're not compelled to accept them, and nobody else is compelled to accept them. They're just your starting points, or your highest framing assumptions, or your foundational assumptions. That's what axioms are. Anyway, all right.
Yo, what? Why do you need help? I will be right back. My brother needs help, I guess. I think this is the right one that Amendum responded to, but apologize for this, and also maybe too blasted for this type of video right now. Well, I might be a little bit too blasted for this type of video, but I can give it a shot, man.
So this guy said, I'll just read what he said. He said, every respectable aphilist identifies with the following axioms. Now, I'm not even sure Mendem would agree with these axioms. I suspect he might not agree with all of them. Partly because Mendem is just very disagreeable and tends to disagree with everything. And then also, Mendem doesn't think he has axioms. He doesn't think he has assumptions. He thinks it's just logic or rationality. But anyway, here are Final Fantasy's so-called axioms. I will go through them one by one and say whether I agree or disagree with them. And if I disagree, then I will explain why I disagree. All right, axiom number 1 is no God or intelligent design is real nor relevant in the universe. And I agree that there is no reason to believe in a God or in intelligent design of the universe or of life, and that religion is a delusion. All right, the second axiom is life arose from blind, pointless processes and is nothing more than a DNA molecule reproducing. And I mostly agree with this, although I disagree a bit with the rhetoric. I mean, any cosmic or natural process is going to be blind and pointless, so to speak, because it's not intelligent design. But these are being used pejoratively, as if nature and the cosmos were supposed to be like us instead of what they are. So I would say biology arose from physics. And I wouldn't say it's nothing more than a DNA molecule reproducing, but it is all about reproduction. But reproduction is more than just copying DNA. Okay, like you can see that when you look at a cell dividing. The cell does not just spit out a copy of its DNA. The entire cell is replicated. Right? That's one of the points I was making when I was debunking JF's revolutionary phenotype. That when we're looking at these things at the cell level, like when we're looking at complex organisms like humans that grow from a zygote, then yes, most of our heritable variation can be defined in terms of differences in genes, because the genes determine the way that cells differentiate and thus the way the body develops from a zygote. But when you're looking at cells or more like earlier stages of life, everything is copied. Like there's what's called structural inheritance. Something like the number of chromosomes you have, that's not encoded in genes, that's structurally encoded in the chromosomes themselves. The cell membrane basically replicates itself, right? So the entire cell replicates. Anyway, I just want to make that point. It's not just about DNA. DNA is part of the system, and the entire system replicates itself. But anyway, setting aside that quibble, yes, biology is a loop. It's a reproduction loop, and that cycle of reproduction bootstraps value out of physics. There's no value in physics or no function in physics, but there is function in biology because of that loop, right? Because what exists is what has been able to reproduce in the past. And that means that life generates patterns that are capable of reproducing, and so they have a function, which is to reproduce. And then all the components of a life form have their own functions that relate to that large function or purpose.
I mean, the ones that stuck around were capable of reproducing, yeah. The ones that lived to pass on their genes, yeah. But there's billions upon trillions of organisms that weren't capable of passing on their genes because of those random mutations. Again, random mutations. Sure, they copy their full set of genes, yeah, one half from the female, another half from the male, I guess, or it's like unicellular, like organism doing its division. I guess it's a full copy with some mutations involved, but either way, those mutations weren't always very cash money now, were they? So yeah, I mean, it's not Mendem's point. Mendem's point isn't that, oh well, there's some pattern there's no pattern to it. No, it's the point that Mendem's making is that there's a fucking large cost to whatever's going on. As he said, there's no cosmic intelligent design going on here. It's not like evolution's thinking. It's not like there's a mind behind it. It's random mutation. So it's like the point isn't that, oh, it's random and random, spooky, chaos, bad. No, this isn't Christianity where it's like God is order, chaos, bad. No, it's quite literally just he's talking about the pain that consists in evolution and the fucking cost of all this like senseless chaos, like the non-winners, basically, the ones that didn't pass on their genes, the ones that like the sea turtle example, the 2 of them of the 10 ballots make it to adulthood. He's not being like, oh, this is so imperfect, if only all of them could make it to adulthood. No, he's just saying like, no, this is literally like a fucked up design. Yeah, Marco, what's going on, boy? What up? I don't know if you can hear my cat meowing. So why are we watching this? I don't know. I guess Soft Apple Core asked me to watch this, and so I guess I'm just kind of watching this because there's nothing really else to do.
You can come downstairs. I have to show you something. I have a question.
Oh, I guess Soft Apple Core doesn't want me to watch the video. He just asked if I watched it. So there we go. We're not going to watch it because so far it seems rather bullshit. So it's also the realization that DNA needs to be obliterated. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the DNA needs to be removed in order for basically any sense of replication to be guaranteed to cease recurring and sentient life of some sort never to crop up again. Anyways, Colin needs some help again. Sure, I can bring my computer then. Okay, but you watch this channel a lot. What is that? THC. Well, technically it's Delta 8.
You cleaned it as much as you can.
I mean, it's literally wax, bro. It's like melted into the carpet. I don't know how you would get that out.
Well, I'm putting a carpet over it.
No, that's fair. Yeah, Marco's in explorer mode. There are straight up 6 people watching me right now. That's more than I've ever had. How's it going, 6 people who are watching me, and where are you watching me from? Are you actually all antinatalists and nephilists, or are you like some of you random folks who just happen to like stumble across this channel? And if you are, feel free to talk to me about, fuck, we've already lost 1 viewer. The instant I started narrating to the audience, they're like, me? Just kidding. But yeah, no, like when it comes down to it, if you have any questions on ethylism, veganism, utility, let me know. I'm here to answer your questions. I'm here to pontificate with y'all. And also get more drunk. I need to drink more. Because that makes me more fun. Just kidding. It also makes me feel less pain. That's the main reason. Mainly it's entertaining. Yeah, entertaining. Isn't that right, Marco? The fucking sheet in my bed. Fuck. Praise be. Anyway, look at this fat ass book. You know what, Malik? I'll watch them and get back to you on those cliff notes. Oh man. Grandma lent me this fattest book and I have never read it yet. It's about JFK being assassinated and then time travelers preventing his assassination. And frankly, that sounds dope as fuck. Because I love JFK. He was a real G. Real shame that the Fed boys decided to eliminate him because he cared about socialism. So, it is what it is. But we'd have a much better country, United States. Shout out to all the people from the US. We'd have a much better country if JFK was not assassinated. You know what's really funny? Leftists are called snowflakes, but guess what? We're not out here assassinating presidents that care about policies, are we now? But so far, we have Abraham Lincoln, we got Martin Luther King, and we have, he's not president, but we have also JFK, but all these political figures assassinated for caring about human liberties and, economic freedom. And, anytime people get into stepping into the economy, some right-wing motherfuckers like, I'm gonna kill you. So moral of the story is, who's the real? Do you know why JFK was assassinated? Because he started to talk shit about the Central Intelligence Agencies and wanted to cut their budget. And also he was kind of a socialist and wanted to do universal health care and stuff. So the fact that he was going after the Central Intelligence Agencies combined with the fact that he was a socialist and they were like, you're a commie, That all combined together basically was just like, get death sentence, motherfucker. So yeah, they kind of just executed the mofo and were like, oh, it's not us. But yeah, it was 100% the Fed boys. Now I'm gonna take my I'm literally talking about JFK assassination theories as I take my antipsychotics. That's pretty fucking great. It's for major depressive disorder though, not because I'm crazy. Marco, don't cuss at me like that. I know you were swearing at me. I'm just kidding. Why? Do you want me to... Here, let's watch a video. Subscribe to Wendigoon, by the way. We're gonna watch a real fun video. Let's break down the JFK assassination. It's gonna get fun. How do you reconcile your sadism with your anti-suffering views? Those seem to clash. They do clash, believe me. Basically, I just ignore my sadism and let it naturally be there, basically. He exposed secret societies and got rid of the US dollar. Oh, well, yeah, that'll do it, I guess. Basically, I just try to, you know, the world's naturally full of so much pain that you just kind of have to, like, find it hilarious, you know? You just kind of find it funny. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I try not to be a sadist because, frankly, it's not good to have that in actions. And, you know, you want to be stoic as much as possible. You want to, like, eliminate your desires. So, since having that realization has not been as bad, it's pretty much like me reconciling with my sadism is just ignoring all desires by being like a stoic, basically, and just not doing things. But it's also convenient that I'm pro-mortalist because every once in a while, my cat Marco over there, God bless his soul, look at that little adorable fucker. He like catches like birds and stuff like that, and like if he fucks up their wings, or if he catches rabbits too. If he catches a rabbit and like tears its leg apart or something like that, I'm like, guess I gotta put you down. Pro-mortalism. And, you know, I'll do it fast. I'm not going to torture the thing or anything like that. But I can't, I would be lying to say that I feel bad when I do it, you know. I mean, when I killed the bunny like 2 weeks ago, or like a week and a half ago, because he like tore the fuck out of its leg. I mean, I was put like a knife through its skull. And I was like, and I was like, it's probably a little bit of pain. Almost felt bad. I felt like a twinge in me. Like, you know, like I should probably crush its skull a little faster. But other than that, you know, don't really feel like pain for their pain, and I can't exactly say I'm not like somewhat amused by it, you know. So in general, I don't really do anything to cause suffering to things, but outside of like what is ethically required for me. But we all cause suffering. I basically just acknowledge that and try to drive as much amusement / absurdism from it as I can. So that is how I reconcile, so to speak. Now let's share my screen. Now back to JFK.
Two, to me, JFK is one of the most obvious cover-ups that have ever happened in history ever, to the point that there is government records and committees made who say, without a shadow of a doubt, that it was a conspiracy. So I thought, what better way to illustrate that than with a whiteboard? So bear with me, and I am going to show you exactly how JFK was killed and who killed him. What I'm going to do is start with the official telling of events so we can establish how the official report of everything that happened went, and then from there I can pick it apart and we can see what more than likely happened.
Fair point. I get the obesity. If we all cause suffering, that means no one can be vegan. Depends what you mean by vegan, I suppose. What What app am I using to broadcast? I am using StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard. But yeah, I'm using StreamYard. I use not the highest paid version, but I'm using the paid version where you can have unlimited broadcast time. Because frankly, I ran out of time within like the first first week of streaming. I was just kind of like, shit, I hit 20 hours. Damn. So now I'm paying like whatever it is, like $20-something a month or whatever, and I get to stream unlimited. So Ayo. But it works pretty nice. I can stream to 3 different locations at once. I'm going to Twitch and I'm going to YouTube at the moment. I was also on Facebook a little bit earlier, but once it started to I removed it because I started talking about like Gary controversy and stuff. And I'm like, no point of having that on my Facebook page. It's not really about ethics. It's more about like ethilism, the controversies around it. No point of having the controversies just blatantly on my page. So, but other than that, yeah, it's like you can broadcast to 3 different locations, so it's pretty nice. Thanks. Right now, there's 1 person watching on Twitch and 4 people on YouTube.
Another blue diamond pan.
Nice. What? Vegan equals no suffering? Are you kidding me, informant? Yeah, I'm kind of agree with Malik here at informant. I don't think veganism is necessarily about having no suffering. It's more or less just about the exploitation of animals unnecessarily. Like, it's about unnecessary exploitation of non-humans, basically, and humans alike as well, but it's mainly focused on non-humans. So, I mean, that's what I'd say is what the best definition of veganism is. I mean, is just not doing unnecessary exploitation of animals, but I'm trying to talk. Fuck. Anyways, you get what I meant to say. So yeah, I mean, I would say that there's no such thing as being like a perfect vegan, but like there's definitely people can be vegan. You're just gonna be flawed. I think the reason people are vegan is flawed because most people are vegan because of consequential reasons, like it's wrong to kill things, and killing animals is going to be required in the industry. No, I'm not. I am not kidding. Vegans are just as exploitative as everybody else. Um, you'd have to elaborate on that because 60% of 60% of crops go to feeding livestock. So given that statistic, I mean, it's like 60% is being generous because it's probably closer to 75%, So 60 to 70% of all crops go to feeding cattle and other livestock. So when it comes down to it, even if they are exploiting plants, I guess. I don't know what a vegan would be exploiting in this case. But even if they are oh, thanks. I was actually looking for my notebook. Thanks, bro. But yeah, equal since using animals, pets, food, clothing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, as long as you're being vegan and not using animal products, and you're using plant products, which I mean, most plant products at the moment. Nah, I'm good. But when it comes down to it, yeah, it's pressing I kill 100 bugs and maybe a squirrel just to get groceries. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no way to not exploit things or hurt other beings just to like do things. But when it comes down to it, I mean, 60% of crops go to feeding cattle. So if you're eating a vegan diet, you are statistically going to be exploiting less plants, exploiting less animals, exploiting less things in terms of carbon emissions. So that's because of overpopulation. In a state of nature, cows eat grass. They are only fed grain to make it cheaper to feed 8 billion people. Yeah, I mean, in a state of nature, we also scavenge for grubs and, you know, like eat plants and berries. We don't exactly like the first Homo sapiens weren't exactly like things before Homo sapiens, whatever evolved, like the reason before that, you know. The first intelligent apes basically ape things, the sapiens. Basically, they weren't, you know, raising cattle. Uh, they were just scavenging for things. We weren't hunting things. We didn't have tools. Tools were developed, and that knowledge was passed on from generation to generation, and hunting was advanced and developed over time. So it's just kind of like, I mean, sure, I mean, in a state of nature, cows would eat grass, but when it comes down to in a state of nature, we wouldn't also have cattle either. So, I mean, I don't quite get your point. Maybe you may have to elaborate. Maybe you have a point and I'm just drunk and I don't understand it. But, I mean, I don't get your point at the moment. Apologies. Cheers. That's quite a bit. Whatever. It's like 2 or 3 shots. Praise be. I take no responsibility for the fact that cows are fed grain. I blame those who are overpopulating the world. I mean, yeah, but the fact is that, like, because there's a population, there's a demand for cattle to be fed, which means we need to feed them something that's, like, high in calories, which is grain in this case. So we're feeding them the grain to meet the demand of the populace. The point is, you said that there's not inherent exploitation. Like, there's an equal amount of exploitation going on between vegans and non-vegans, and I'm disagreeing with that fact. So when it comes down to it, I mean, you're right. Yeah, like sure, if we were all a bunch of nomads living naturally and we weren't having a bunch of overpopulation, sure, then maybe there would be less exploitation from meat eaters, but inevitably they're going to kill these animals unnecessarily anyways. But when it comes down to it, in the world we're living in right now, no, unfortunately, I do believe that vegans are not exploiting as much as meat eaters. As much as I wish I could say that we're all just equally bad people or whatever, you know, but no. You be vegan without the needs of breeders' lust for slaughter. Yeah, I'd like to hear your explanation of how they're more or equally exploitative. You can't just like state that they are, and I mean, you could state that they are, and they have, and there's plenty of conversation that I've got out of you just making that statement. But nonetheless, I would appreciate like a deeper expunging of why you believe what you believe. Or greater in exploiting and causing suffering. Yeah, greater or equal, because your claim was equal or whatever. So, I mean, if you can explain how vegans are equal or greater in terms of suffering, that'd be pretty cash money. You don't have to do it on this live stream. You can always make a video and upload it onto your channel or something when you collect your thoughts, you know. I mean, we're not going to like demand that of you like right this second or anything. But if you give us like a brief summary and maybe like elaborate it in like a future video, that'd be like groovy / cash money. Plus, it just provides you with more video content, you know. More animals killed to produce grain than to produce meat. Well, what's the problem with killing though? I mean, I'm a pro-mortalist. I don't see anything wrong with death. I might be Korean such pro-mortalist, so death isn't bad for the ones who die. It's just a ceasing of existence, a transition into nothingness. The reason I'm vegan is because I believe it's wrong to bring things into existence unnecessarily. I have nothing against hunting, especially if it's like a hunting on like a like a systematic level where like DNRs are doing the hunting and they're like actually like taking care of the populace properly. So I have no problem with the killing of animals. My problem was with the unnecessary bringing of animals into existence to suffer and inevitably, cease existence for no reason, basically, which isn't really problematic, but it's just like disgusting that we're doing it in like an emotional sense. But yeah, I don't really see anything ethically wrong with death. Death is just a transition to me. Dying is not pleasant, but that's a different question. What else? Those animals are killed by poison. They die a slow and torturous death. So I assume you're talking about like pesticides and stuff of that nature. I don't know, man. I mean, if you pull up some like stuff of statistics that would explain like how they die and stuff like that, and like, I mean, to me, wildlife is pretty horrible. I mean, honestly, if you're living in the wild, you're exposed to the elements every fucking day. How do you think these things are gonna die, my dude? They're wild animals, okay? They're Marco, what are you whining for? You got water, you got food. I know you just want to hang out with me, but I'm live streaming home, dog. Get over here. You really want me to like pet you, and then you run away when I try to pet you. Too tsundere cats. Anyways, these animals are basically, if you're in the wild, you're basically gonna die horrible no matter what. You're gonna either live long enough to have your body break down of old age, and then you're gonna die because you're not gonna be able to get food and water, and you're gonna starve to death, or die of thirst, or have a crippled bone and like die slowly, or you're gonna die from predation or disease or parasites. Either way, your death is gonna be horrible in the wild. It's not going to be a pleasant experience. Honestly, if I had to choose dying from poison in the span of like 30 minutes or being torn apart and eaten alive / having a tree fall and break my limbs and starve to death over the course of like 3 or 4 days and exposed to the elements, I'm going to take the poison, bro. I'm sorry. I'm going to take the poison. So how are vegans more ethical than anyone else? Because we basically, as I said, 60%, blah, 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 primordialism, blah, blah, blah. More crops go to feeding livestock. We're unnecessarily bringing livestock into existence to kill them. It's basically unneeded suffering generation while animals being killed in crop production. is just a ceasing of existence of animals that would suffer anyways in the wild and existed without human intervention. So essentially, that is why, my homie. If you have any more questions, I'll gladly answer them, but that is basically why. One is the ceasing of, either way, a life ceases. One is a wildlife that would have existed without human intervention, but now is ceasing existence. Goodbye. They would have suffered and died a horrible death either way. Another is factory farmed animals, which are unnecessarily being brought into existence and are going to suffer tremendously their entire life and then die a brutal, horrible death, all unnecessarily. And guess what? It's not like their death really accomplished anything because we were the one that brought them into existence from the begin with. It wasn't like, oh, we're sparing this wildlife animal by killing it. No, it's like we brought you into existence and killed you. Hee 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 hoo hoo hoo. No, yeah, it's not a good thing. So that is why it's better to be vegan, home slice. Hope I answered your question to the best of my ability. Not to be mean, I'm sorry, I'm drunk. I sound like an asshole right now. I'm also a psychopath, so it is kind of just how I am, always sounding. But when it comes down to it, I'm also drunk, and I'm sorry for being a dickhead. Thank you. I appreciate it. I keep going, but I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to bed. Take care, my dude. Hope you have a good night. And I'd love to have a response video from you on the subject. I mean, it would definitely get views either way from both the antinatalist, ethicist, and vegan community. So, in terms of supply of view demands, go for it. And in terms of just me being interested, also go for it. But also do you, my dude. Don't do anything just because I want you to. So. But have a good night. Take care. But how much is the current vegan population making a dent on the mass scale, realistically? No, the vegans would just unsubscribe. No, that's fair, I guess. I suppose. I mean, if you want to, feel free to come back, and I'm gonna live stream pretty much almost daily. So, I mean, feel free to come on here when you're feeling more up for it and more awake, and you can come on the podcast if you want. I can always repaste the link. I'm gonna repaste the link just because it's been a couple hours since I pasted the link, anyways. But it is a stream that you can join, technically speaking. So feel free to do that in the future. I think he's already ducked out, but either way, it's okay to wake up in a snow. Billy Joel. This is good. Me gusta, me gusta. Now we play Gusta the Videosta.
Or at least
Not
what
so
probably
bad.
happened that certain government groups don't want us to know about. I'm trying to get past the minute monetization time before I say the specific word, but yeah, we'll get there.
I love you, Wendigo.
I hope that you all can appreciate real art when you see it. We give the
That
official
is
retelling of events.
truly
On
fucking
November 22nd, 1963.
almost
John
like
F.
Gordon
Kennedy-
Ramsay.
Has it been past a minute?
Gordon Ramsay's a
It's
chef.
probably been past a minute. The CIA killed John F. Kennedy. Like,
CIA, my
hilariously
dude.
so, but we'll get to that.
The CIA is
1963,
fucking
November
awesome.
22nd, John
They're
F.
like
Kennedy
the
and
most
his wife Jackie
stupid shit in
are going through
history.
Dallas
They're
on a
awesome in like
motorcade
the
in
most
the middle
retarded
of
ways.
a big Dallas parade. It was part of his whole re-election campaign. Right in front of them
I
was
just lost
the
a viewer.
governor of Texas and his wife, basically Mr. and Mrs. Connolly. In the front row was CIA agents.
I lost another viewer.
Connolly and Greer. career was
shouldn't have
tragic.
said the
The
R
official
word.
telling of events goes something like
Rest
this.
in
Lee Harvey
peace.
Oswald fired 3
Just kidding. You say the R word and you just offend someone. It's okay, guys. I'm also a retard, so it's fine. I'm mentally deficient when I'm. I was gonna say intoxicated, but you know what? I'm always mentally deficient.
shots. The first one was use the Patreon money to get better markers. The first shot
Get better markers.
was a miss,
That's
supposedly bouncing
tragic.
off the pavement and hitting a bystander who we'll talk about in a minute. The second shot supposedly hit John F. Kennedy in the back of the neck. The bullet then went through his neck, hit John Connally, the governor, who was sitting in front of him, in the back, right below the scapula. It then shot through, so let me draw this out, bounced through him into his chest, shot out the front of his chest, hit his arm, and then shot down into his knee and came out as a perfectly intact bullet. This is so absurd that the official name given to it during the court trials that would follow
The
is
magic
the
bullet.
magic bullet theory. This is why in the famous Zapruder film, in which you can see the assassination of John F. Kennedy, he's leaned over like this, holding his neck because he had just
Well,
been shot.
I'm not an anarchist,
Finally, the third
but
shot came, hitting JFK.
I hope
in the back of
the
head and killing
current
him.
form of
While making
government
his
gets
escape out of the
dismantled
bookstore, John F. Kennedy
because I'm a
ran
social
into
democrat, not
police
really an
officer. He then
anarchist,
pulled a
but
revolver and shot the police officer
fuck
twice,
capitalism.
killing him. Which, I mean, after you shot the president, you might as well add the cherry to it, I guess. It was later found out that Lee Harvey Oswald had communist sympathy ties. As a matter of fact, he tried to renounce his U.S. citizenship some years back, and everyone was happy initially, like, yep, that's the guy that did it. Don't have to worry about anything else. The Warren Commission, which was the board that was put together to make sure everything that I just described actually happened, came back after short deliberation and said, yep, Lee Harvey Oswald was the only shooter, and it was not some grander conspiracy, and we can all close the books on this one. So let me tell you why that's wrong. I'll go ahead and say this to be generous. I do believe Lee Harvey Oswald was one of the shooters. However, there is not a doubt in my mind that he was not the only shooter. So let me explain. Remember that first shot that I mentioned that was supposedly a miss? Well, what happened is that bullet skipped off the ground, shot to the other side of the street, and hit a man who was standing about 100 yards out, whose name was James Teague. I'm going to be drawing more people so we can keep track. It's our man, JT. James Teague stopped, was watching the motorcade go by, which then a bullet skipped off the concrete and hit him in the cheek. You can even see pictures of that skid mark on the ground from the bullet that came up and hit him, the supposed first shot. However, the big problem to this is James Teague's personal testimony. See, he was walking by the street as the parade was going by and he didn't take much care for it. The reason he stopped and turned to face the motorcade was because he heard a gunshot. Now, if he heard a gunshot, took time to stop and turn, there is no way the first shot was the same one that hit him. But it would make sense if it was the second or the third or more after that. The reason everyone and the official report sticks with 3 shots is because there were 3 shell casings from Lee Harvey Oswald's window, as well as 3 at least confirmed bullets on the ground. However, JT's testimony here messes all that up, and his isn't the only one. The governor who got shot along with Kennedy, John Connally, says the exact same thing. He says that there is not a doubt in his mind, nor his wife's, that the bullet that hit Kennedy and him was 2 separate shots. Keep in mind, it's called the magic bullet theory for a reason. There's no way the bullet followed that whole trajectory and just stayed together perfectly fine. What makes more sense is that it was 2 separate shots. However, Lee Harvey Oswald was using a 6.5mm bolt-action Carcano rifle. Not to get into all the details of it, but it is literally impossible to fire a bolt-action rifle in the amount of time between what would be Kennedy getting hit and the governor getting hit. The space between the 2 shots was long enough that they could tell a difference in when each of them was hit, but not fast enough for someone to rechamber around and get a second shot off. Unless there was a second shooter somewhere off to the other side. And stick with me here for a second. I was trying to draw him on a hill, but it looks like he's got really big legs. We're going to keep it. Anyway, if Texas Red here was off on the other side of the road firing shots towards the motorcade too, then one of his shots could have crossed through, striking the president in the neck and continuing, which would make more sense why Kennedy was hit in the neck, bent forward, and then one of Lee Harvey Oswald's shots hit the governor in the back. This is a direct quote from former Governor John Connally. There is my absolute knowledge, and Nellie's too, that one bullet caused the president's first wound, and that an entirely separate shot struck me. So where would our man Texas Red stand? Most of you are probably familiar with the famous Zapruder film, which is a film that is famous for being the one in which JFK gets killed. However, there was another view. There was another camera on the other side of the street that was recording that day that was filming the motorcade from the other direction. In it, everyone who has watched that film has said they can see with absolute certainty puff of gun smokes appearing from the opposite side of the street on what appears to be a grassy knoll. Not only that, but these puffs of smoke are in time with the times that bullets struck the motorcade. So now you may be asking yourself, what do you mean, people who have seen this other film? And that's the fun part. In 1976, a group was formed called the House Select Committee on Assassinations. Now, you may be asking, why in 1976, 13 years after the president's death, did they form a committee just to talk about this event? And it's because it came out that the CIA was purposefully hiding information regarding the assassination. Not only that, but they planned after this trial was over to have a trial for the CIA directors that allowed the information to go missing. The original reason that this House Select Committee came together is because new technology was found in 76 that analyzed this data more closely. Using audiograph equipment, and this is my interpretation of that, they managed to pull the audio from the original Zapruder film and picked out that there were 6 shots fired in this amount of time of the film, not the original thought out 3. They were so reliant on this that, as I mentioned before, they made a whole committee just to relook at all this information. You may be asking yourself, well, what happened to the other film and all the information? And that's the best part. The day after they used that other film footage to determine that there was a second shooter, it all disappeared overnight from a CIA lockup, to which they said that someone probably stole it, along with all the other evidence that proved that something was wrong with this picture. Despite that, once the committee had finished their whole proceedings,
It's
this
truly
is the official
beautiful. What a
statement they gave at the
coincidence.
end. The committee believes, on the basis of the evidence available to it, that President John F. Kennedy was probably assassinated as the result of a conspiracy. The committee is unable to identify the other gunmen or the extent of the conspiracy. That is a government organization coming together and saying, yeah, something definitely weird happened. So we know that something was up. But what makes me think it's the CIA? Well, this is a whole other rabbit hole to go down. But John F. Kennedy was in big support of the CIA until a little thing called the Bay of Pigs happened. He was very upset with them after the fact and supposedly said to the White House Staff Committee, if it was up to me, I would take the CIA, break them into 1,000 pieces, and throw them into the wind. The CIA obviously didn't like that. And for those who know anything about them, they have a tendency to start to follow their own directive when president or state heads don't agree with it. I mean, for evidence, just look at like the 60s drug crisis or sending guns to South America, but we won't talk about that. Anyway, so going with this idea that John F. Kennedy was going to do something about the CIA, if not expose them for what they have already done, it stands to reason they want to do something about it. Also, keep in mind an interview that JFK did a couple months before the shooting. He said that there were scary things happening in U.S. politics and that there were secret societies planning to take over democracy and government systems. And yeah, so we have the motive, but what about the evidence? As I've already mentioned, the CIA lost all the data the day after it was used in court to prove that this guy was actually there. Aside from that, at the least, their handling of John F. Kennedy's motorcade was hilariously bad. For example, they plotted out the map that John F. Kennedy would follow, and they determined that there were 20,000 open windows that the car drove by, and that there were so many windows that they just shouldn't cover any of them, which has got to be the worst compromise I've ever heard. It's like, man, there's a lot of windows. We're going to have to do a lot of work.
Soft Apple Core, do you want us to colonize space? Are you like a David Pierce fan? Like I'm a little scared in that comment. The least these needles can do is stop acting like money exists, which is facts. Money is kind of just an illusion. And work towards a utopia as quick as possible. Agreed. And space colonization. Don't agree. A little spooky. What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? Let's pontificate together.
Or we could not. Also, keep in mind what I mentioned earlier, Greer and O'Connery, the 2 CIA agents who were in front of the car. As soon as the first shot rang out, Greer did not try to run away or drive away or anything else that's standard of CIA training. He brought the car down to a 7-mile-an-hour speed, and him and O'Connery hunched forward and put their shoulders up. It's so weird that Jackie Kennedy even came out afterwards and said he was behaving extremely oddly during the whole thing. To adequately explain the rest of this, I need to bring in another character, the Umbrella Man. The Umbrella Man has become a famous figure in all the theories surrounding JFK, and there's good reason for it. In the middle of a sunny day in Dallas, right as the president's murdered, you can see a man in the Zapruder film who is holding up an umbrella in front of the motorcade. Not only that, but he is standing directly in front of the position Lee Harvey Oswald was in front of, and as he's standing there, JFK passes by, to which he lifts his umbrella, and immediately the first shots ring out. If that is not a man on the ground either signaling that it's the motorcade or giving the all clear to fire, I don't know what is. To top it off, immediately after JFK died, there are pictures of this guy simply shutting his umbrella and setting down at the curb. Keep in mind, everyone else is freaking out, running around, screaming, and this guy just is like, well, Yep. During the House Select Committee on Assassinations, they were trying to figure out about this guy because obviously that's very weird and someone should probably figure out what happened here. To which the CIA brought in a man wearing a suit, holding an umbrella. The man walks into the court and goes, I am the umbrella man, and this is that umbrella. And the judge went, seems all right to me. There was no double check. There was no follow up. They're like, that man has an umbrella. You got my vote. There's also rumors and speculation that that man was a former CIA agent. However, I couldn't find anything concrete on that, so I'm going to let that part slide. But it's weird either way. Also, in 1966, they tried to reevaluate JFK's autopsy, and his brain was missing. Like, after the initial autopsy, they took the brain out and preserved it, and no one's been able to find it since. So I make it that what you will. I have no idea why they would do that. Also, the initial Warren Commission, which was the first one that happened immediately after this, that determined that Lee Harvey Oswald was the only shooter and he acted alone, was made almost entirely up of CIA members who, as it was proved later, suppressed information. There's a few things I want to disprove really quick to kind of emphasize this point. For one of the main theories that is prevailing through all this is that the mob did it. And while I'm sure the mob hated JFK, I don't see why a mob murder would be covered up to the degree that this was obviously and proven to be covered up by the CIA. Like, if the mob killed JFK, and assuming the CIA wants him dead, that's the perfect write-off. They could just say, yep, mob did it. That's cool, rather than having to do all this shady tactics around it. A lot of people also point to Jack Ruby, the man who ran up and shot Lee Harvey Oswald, as being for the mob because his family debts were paid off. But you know who else would probably pay off family debts?
MLK assassinations.
Maybe in the start of CIA. The other popular idea is that the KGB did it. Obviously, that is the initial idea because, again, Lee Harvey Oswald was proven to have Russian ties. But one, if Russia did do it, they wouldn't get someone who had ties to Russia to do it, duh. And two, the CIA wouldn't cover it up if Russia did it. I also want to say the whole theory about the babushka lady, which was a lady who was wearing a babushka, who, kind of similar to the Umbrella Man, just walked around and didn't really do anything after JFK was murdered. I don't really see how that could be related to anything. She was brought up later. I think she was just an old woman who was there and saw all of this play out. I also want to go another level deeper with this. There was a guy working at the CIA whose name rhymes with Gorge H-double-oo Mush. Gorge Mush, that's what we'll call him. Gorge Mush was one of the people put over this whole motorcade route, and one of the people elected to keep the president safe. So much so that he was in Dallas on the day that this all happened. So keep in mind, he failed his job harder than anyone can possibly fail. His job was to make sure nothing happens to this guy, and he got shot at least twice. Not long after this happened, that man was promoted to director of the CIA, and then another position. Not only that, but when Gorge Mush was asked years later about where he was on the day of Kennedy's death, he said, I don't remember. You were in Dallas. All of it from head to toe reads. There's absolutely no way that you could convince me or anyone else who thinks about it sensibly that Lee Harvey Oswald was just a crazy dude who acted alone. It is, in my firm and honest opinion, as the opinion of many others, that the agencies and powers that be wanted this man dead. And while I do believe they used Lee Harvey Oswald as part of it, he in no way acted alone and he in no way acted on his own agency. But we'll never know because the only guy publicly who would know, this one, got shot by a random man whose family debts were paid off before he died 4 months later. So we have the motive, we have the method, and we have the evidence. In my opinion, they're absolutely guilty, and even on some other stuff. Also, just as a side note, a bunch of people are worked up over Texas Red's identity, who that could be. There's a lot of theories about it. Obviously, we'll probably never know for sure, but from everything that I've read, there was several CIA works with Cuban guerrilla fighters who were being trained by the CIA for whatever after the Bay of Pigs, and most of the evidence points to certain Cuban marksmen in Dallas that day, so probably. Either way, it doesn't matter. Because just like Lee Harvey Oswald, they were a gun, one way about it. If Lee Harvey Oswald got caught, which he did, oh look, Russia did it. And if a Cuban guerrilla fighter got caught, oh look, Cuba did it. Either way, the people who really did it wash their hands of the situation and get a walk away. I should also mention, before anyone decides that I am a threat for this, this is a joke. It's all a joke. This is post-irony humor.
Oh yeah,
this is entirely
this is all a joke, by the
educational.
way, guys.
I believe none of it,
I
and
love
you
the
should believe
CIA.
none of it. And everything is a joke.
Please, I mean, I'm not actually
tomato potato. Anyway,
natalist. I'm actually a pro-natalist. I love giving birth. I actually have like 20 children myself. Like, look at little Jimmy over there. You saw him, didn't you? Yeah. This shirt is a lie. It actually says vasectomies club people who have vasectomies to death. That's what my shirt says. I have kids. Just kidding. It doesn't matter.
by giving the FBI's official account of what happened, and then after that, I'll explain why it's all a lie. As a joke, of course. For starters, Martin Luther King Jr. was a civil rights leader who was not only an effective speaker and leader.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is 1 hour long. I forgot about that. Watch this by yourselves, guys. The conspiracy behind the LK assassination. It is fucking hilarious. It is, like, honestly, like, impressively stupid how the FBI managed to do this, or CIA, or what the fuck it was. Christ, it is genuinely impressive how much of a shit show it was, and how they managed to still have in the history books say that it was just one dude that didn't like Martin Luther King. Yeah, there's literally like fucking trials and stuff that were like officially put on court record being like, yeah, this is a fucking assassination attempt by the fucking United States intelligence agencies. But, you know, hey, highly recommend checking that out. It's a pretty interesting video. He was director of the CIA. Yeah, I guess so, my dude. Yeah. Guy whose name I'm not gonna say so I don't get sniped by the CIA was potentially a director of the CIA, I guess. You know, is what it is. Let's see. Wendigoon has a great channel, by the way. 100% recommend subscribing to him. He has a bunch of videos that are interesting. Rock and roll. I need to watch the rest of this video, by the way. I'm gonna watch it eventually. For mummification, this is an interesting video on like Buddhist monks trying to mummify themselves. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm not really a big fan of Blood Ring. This is interesting. I almost want to watch this on lives. Well, I'm almost be curious. I have to wait till like his video gets to like a year old. I'm not gonna exploit his channel by watching his video until it's at least a year old, just because he is a popular YouTuber and stuff. And I feel like I'd rather people go to his channel and watch it from a whole perspective. I feel like that's a better thing to do. But when it comes down to it, this guy's death is fucking brutal. Like, oh my god. Gorge Goosh. Yeah, Gorge Goosh is a little shitbag. You know, that fucker. He was, he did some unethical things. This is an interesting video. I have not watched this yet. Oh yeah, all the fucking missing 411 cases are interesting shit. I think it's all just bullshit, but at the same time, missing 411 is interesting. I don't have explanations for it, but it's nothing supernatural. It's just like, you know, people being lost in the woods because they're dum-dums, you know, and get lost or whatever. But when it comes down to it, it is a little spooky, scary, you know what I mean? Like how the fuck does this shit happen to them, man? What the fuck? How do people just end up like 16 miles away in the woods? It's like they're little kids. There's no way they can walk 16 miles uphill in rough terrain in the span of like a day. It's physically impossible. So like, you know, some spooky stuff in the woods, bro. But when it comes down to it, it's just coincidence, man. Like, the fucking world is weird, bro. Like, shit happens. You get carried off by like a mountain lion or something, and the kid gets a little panicked and forgets, you know. Says there's some like beings in the woods carry them off, you know. There's just how it be. It's just coincidence. But yeah, missing 411 is creepy as shit. But oh, No Longer Human is my favorite book, y'all, by the way. Praise be. I highly recommend you read No Longer Human. Gave that a read a while back, and like probably read that about like a year or two ago. Well, it's been like about a year and a half. I read the No Longer Human, and I now have the comic book, which I have to read eventually. But amazing book, Japanese bestseller, fucking mint. Good stuff. Who's watching me still, by the way? Is it just South Africa, or is it, or is it, I imagine it's my boy Soft. Oh, have you seen Malfi Buddha's Pizzagate videos? I have not. I don't even know what it is. I know what Pizzagate is, I guess, but I have not. I don't know who Malfi. I guess I don't know who that is. Malfi Buddha Creepypasta Chilling Tales Scary Stories audiobook. I don't know. I can't find whatever you're referring to. I don't know what that would be. I'm looking at YouTube right now, and I mean, you can see what I'm looking at because I'm sharing the screen. Maybe this channel. Videos. This video. I assume you're talking about this video right here. Interesting combination, DMT and human trafficking. Quite the array of subject matter. Clickety clack, my neck and my back. Why not?
Admittedly, as it pertains to the elite, and the apparent operations they construct, and their ostensible ability to evade prosecution, I'm impressed. How have they become so powerful? Or perhaps a better question, how did they become so evil? Is power, by its very nature, a requisite to malevolence? I'm not sure. I am sure, however, that when it comes to human trafficking, it's not as it.
Okay, I think the message didn't send. Yeah, it's basically in order George Bush. Have you seen that guy's video? And okay, I think the message didn't send. Plus Jesus right before George Bush. I'm gonna be right back. My brother wants me to see this aesthetic basement design, and I also need to take a piss because I've been drinking. So therefore, testing. Okay, yeah, I can see your message right here. That is working. The FBI is not censoring all your messages. Maybe just the one. But I'll be right back. 1 minute.
probably back. Let's go on YouTube again. Share screen. YouTube. Clickety clack. Subscribe to Reed McLeod, by the way. He's cool. He's an F-list. If you're not subscribed to him, he's a schizophrenic dude. He's just like, is pretty based. Some of his stuff is a little not based, but for the most part, he's pretty based. Elite human trafficking. Videos are called "It's Bro Expanding Something I'm Saying." You need a Discord so people can send you stuff. I do have a Discord, my dude. I have a Discord already, Home Slice. I am Gosh I Love Water. Here, I will type it in for you. Here, how about you just look at my screen? Here. Gosh, I love water. 2410. There you go. Now everybody on the fucking planet who's seen this, who's gonna see this video in the future, is just gonna spam me with a video, with messages for Discord. But that's a price I'm willing to pay. So I'm willing to have conversations with anyone. So who gives a shit? I'm guessing you are the only person. I guess I'm gonna say your name because the hashtag is not gonna be on there anyway, so it's not like anybody can add you. I'm guessing you are the only neurons. Sweet. Okay. Awesome. I shared an amendment video in the Misanthropy group on Facebook, and some random dude commented, "Hippie dude has some good points." So I'm like, hey, exposing amendment to people, you know, that's the way. Okay, so video is split into multiple parts about exploiting trafficking on children. Look here into conspiracy videos. I am in conspiracy videos. I'm a little nervous about opening ramblings, but I will do it. I'll watch not right now, but I'll watch it a little bit later. The video you sent me, the PMs, DMs, PMs. But for now, we'll just hang out with you around stream, and I'll watch that a little bit later. Learn knowledge. It's one of my favorite conspiracies. Interesting. My favorite conspiracy is probably like the Dogon tribe were like giants, but that's just because I think giants are like weird, and that's just fucky wucky that they believe in that. Which more fucky wucky is to fucking lizard people conspiracy theory, I guess, because that's like an actual conspiracy theory, like believed in like the antinatalist community, but like it's called like animosity or some shit. Here, I'm gonna pull up that fucker's channel as well. No offense to animosity if you're watching me, but you're kind of you're a little bit weird fucker, but at least you're but at least you like don't want to have children or whatever. Good for you. I mean, you're still a weird fuck though.
Give me a shot.
What? Yeah, my brother wants me to.
I feel like I did a pretty good job in the basement. This basement looks pretty nice now. I just got my coach, which is all things that are essential for college. I'm pretty sure I made up my mind that I don't want to move back in because I'd save mom like $8,000 even if I split it with my student loan. It's like, you know what I mean? Like split it half and half. Could also save me $8,000 in my future. So Chaser.
If I were you, I'd mix the lemonade in the fridge, unless you just kind of like want your soul to die. The giant conspiracy. Yes, the giant conspiracy is quite interesting. See this dude right here? He believes in like some of the weirdest fucking shit. Is this the guy? Yeah, you can just put whatever you want. No, it's not this guy. Who's the guy that fucking believes? Oh, okay. Can't see the screen. My bad. Screen share. I was sharing the wrong dude anyway, so I was looking at animosity, but it's not him. Kids. I don't fucking know if that's the word. I'm too drunk to fucking remember what the keywords would be. No. I don't know, there's some antinatalists that like basically believes we should stop having kids because there's like a fucking alien invasion happening on Earth, and like half the people on the planet are basically being taken over by like lizard people or some bullshit. And essentially, like, we shouldn't reproduce because our children
because the elitist lizard people want us to reproduce so that they can take over our flesh bodies of our children in the future. And I'm just like, and he also believes like potentially it's also like super chips that are like mind control chips that like down like being implanted into our brains and like download their brain into our brains and shit like that. So yeah, it's basically just like some schizophrenic fucktard that basically is an anti-nihilist at the same time. There's a lot of schizophrenics in the anti-nihilist community, not gonna lie. I mean, not very surprising given that like they literally like have voices in their head and shit. You know, I mean, if I had voices in my head, I probably wouldn't want to reproduce either. But you know, hey, I mean, at the same time, it's a little annoying. There's so many fucking schizophrenics in the anti-nihilist community. It's kind of just like, yo, bro, we're just trying to spread an ideology, and there's a bunch of people being like, yo, the government doesn't want you to know what energy and the demons. The demons are here. Don't reproduce. I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? So, you know, the anti-nihilist community is wild, man. I mean, they're all allies because they don't want to reproduce, but at the same time, it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, right, slow. You're willing to dismiss their crazy ideas 100%? Basically, I mean, the lizard stuff, yeah, 100%. I don't really see how there's any possible way that, like, we'd be lizard folk around the planet, like, ooh, or, like, anything like that. It's just, like, I don't know. Or, like, mind control elitist chips for, like, downloading the brains and people. Like, that's more possible than at least the aliens, but, like, even then, how do you know that? The aliens one, that's way, 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 way I don't know. Like, I would bet my life, I would bet everything that I own on the fact that there's not super alien parasite things. Oh, the moon's a hollowed out spaceship, like Scientology and all that jazz. No, I don't believe that either. I mean, I've heard about the whole like seismic activity in the moon, which shouldn't be possible and all that. I don't really know if that's like how valid those claims are. So, I mean, I don't really believe it. I don't believe the moon's a space station, you know. So, so yeah, I think all that's just some silly stuff to like try to like divert people, to, like get attention and divert like from like actual issues. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to the lizard conspiracy theory, that one 100% do not buy. There's just no fucking way that like that would be able to be covered up on a global scale, and especially considering a pro-mortalist, there's no fucking way a highly advanced alien species transport themselves to Earth and are that fucking stupid to not realize pro-mortalism. So, you know, that's just my Oh yeah, of course, this isn't about belief, but I find enjoyment in the theories regardless. Yeah, I find the theories interesting. I've heard a lot of the theories involving conspiracy stuff because I'm a big fan of just like interesting theories and stuff. That's how I've like stumbled across a lot of the philosophies that I have. But yeah, I mean, it's the Pizzagate one. I 100%. Yeah, I agree. Pizzagate is unfortunately quite real, given that Epstein has been pretty much proven to be pretty much a fact, and I don't think Epstein killed himself. Someone killed Epstein so they would cover up his little fucking list of naughty clients. So yeah, pretty much when it comes down to it, I believe the Pizzagate thing in nature is 100% real. I mean, I don't think like actually Pizza Hut has anything weird going on there or whatever. I forgot what the original idea of Pizzagate was, but I think yeah, there's definitely like rings. Rings of leaders being fucked up fucktards. You can't understand basic logic that the pain is equal to the pain they inflict, and vice versa.
These elites experience so much pleasure due to their abundance that, like, a pussy, it must continue to up the intensity, or it must continue to up the intensity of the experience to feel the same pleasure. That's why they all want the. Interesting. I guess that could be like a valid reason. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, yeah, they are elitists. They have like literally everything. So yeah, like yeah, that means to get whatever they want. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, biological factors combined with the fact that they can get whatever they want and extremist stuff. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but God, we should just kill the fucking elite. No, I'm just joking. But at the same time, you know, I mean, fuck the elite. No offense, Chef Bezos, if you're watching this, you're not. But if you are watching this, I didn't mean it. Please, my parents at Amazon Prime don't execute me. This is for like when they discover this video in like 2040 and decide to drone strike my house with like orbital lasering. Wow. I know that. Yo, bro, you just need to like, not care, man. You just need to like, you know, that whole meme of like guy that transcends and like busts into nothing and like experiences the fourth dimension. Basically, if you want to like experience like clouds of air, that's how you transcend, bro. You just bust into nothing, and that's how you transcend. Become sexually attracted to air, and bing bang boom. Then you transcend. No, I'm just joking. I have no fucking clue. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess the mind's a brilliant place. If you can conjure up violence or whatever you want in your mind, go for that. At least then you can not contribute to anything extreme. I bet that's a real religion somewhere. It probably is, honestly. Hello, Marco. I'm gonna drink some water. I need to stay hydrated. Because you're drinking technically water. I just also been drinking a ton of vodka. Welcome, person on YouTube. We're just big vibing here, talking about capitalism and basically whatever else. You know. Honestly, we're just talking about like fucking elitists and how elitists are basically pieces of shit at the moment. We're just talking about elitists being pieces of shit and conspiracy theories. So if you want to help us talk about how much we hate rich people and how rich people just exploit people who are poor, feel free to join in on this conversation. We're having a blast just talking about like fuck the rich. Like honestly, we need another French Revolution, but in the United States. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Jeff Bezos, please. I love you.
connections to guarantee a constant supply. Yeah, basically, if you're like a rich fucker, to be rich, you have to be able to exploit people. It's just a necessity of being rich. If you're a rich person, you exploit people, and you're willing to cause a significant amount of harm to other beings in order to become rich. And so my brother, he's like, oh, I have so much money. I'm such a benevolent, virtuous person. He's not a virtuous person. My brother's a piece of shit. No offense, Colin, if you're not listening to me. But when it comes down to it, if you're willing to exploit people to get money, you're willing to exploit people for sex, and evolutionarily speaking, we get attracted to people when we're on the age of sexual development. So the fact is, morals say otherwise, but when you're a rich fucker who already is exploiting people, you probably don't really give much of a shit. So, frankly, the rich are fucking assholes and will do basically anything to get off and get a little extra dose of pleasure at the expense of basically anybody else. So, fuck the rich, they're shitbags. I'm a social democrat, vote Green Party. Vote Green Party, y'all. Vote Green, destroy the machine. We don't like the fucking Republicans or the demon rats here. So, amen. I have a feeling the other person watching me is antisocial, not antisocial, that's my name. Haha. I am too drunk. It's the stop Ethylism, dude. Though, how do you go on whoever is also watching, welcome to the club. We're just talking about, the elites and how much we hate them, but also, I'm pretty sure I just said this. Also, veganism, ethylism, negative utilitarianism, and antinatalism, and all the various related topics, such as promortalism, psychological hedonism, identity nihilism, all that good jazz. I haven't really brought up identity nihilism much, and also free will. I haven't really brought that much up much, but when it comes down to it, free will and identity nihilism are important parts of philosophy. And if you have questions about them, let me know. That reminds me, Title 42, and there's thousands of immigrants being tortured right now by our government. Are you part of the United States? I've heard about Title 42, but I forget what it means. But no, you're 100% right. Our government's a piece of shit. If you're talking about the United States, we're constantly keeping immigrants on the border and shit like that, separating families. And, we're doing experiments on people like forcibly sterilizing women and stuff like that. So, not cash money things. I mean, technically speaking, from a consequentialist perspective, forceful sterilization might be somewhat acceptable. But when it comes down to it, I mean, it's still not cash money from a diplomatic type of not causing mass panic point of consequentialist view of like an isolated point of view of just a one person being forcibly sterilized. It's like no problemo. That person being forcibly sterilized and that information being exposed to the world, that's when consequentialist things kind of get to like, oh boy, you just fucked up, bro. Now everybody knows you just committed imposition, and everybody's upset spaghetti because they think they may get imposed on. So hence, Americans kind of are causing, the American government, I should say, is causing some big old oopsies on the border. So I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what Title 42 exactly is, but I know we're not doing the greatest things in regards to the border. So, America, fuck yeah. Apparently whoever is watching me that dipped in here just dipped out. They were like, well, they're talking about fucking the border and stuff instead of evilism. I mean, frankly, fair enough. I wouldn't stick around if people were talking about the fucking border crisis, but same. I mean, it's interesting nonetheless. I mean, what else are we supposed to talk about? Same bullshit everybody else is talking about. May as well talk about the fucking border crisis, frankly. I won't talk about anything, so. Honestly, the world's just in fucking crisis. Talking about the fact that the world's in crisis is enough for me to be like, come on, guys. Like, we don't even need to talk the philosophy of evilism. We just need to talk about the fact that life is fucking shitty for somebody. Somebody in the world is shitty. And there's no justification for the risk of being that shitty person. And bing, bang, boom, that's it. And that's basically it. There's nothing being deprived, not bringing people into a world of absence of pleasure, and there is a whole bunch of oof slash ouch slash not good when pain occurs. So even if there's one bad life in the world of 8 billion people, it's not a risk worth taking to be that 1 in 8 billion that's big sad. So that's the argument. Yeah. It's the argument in the shortest terms possible without talking about evolution and negative utility and fucking you want to eat whatever else. Am I sober right now? I'm even remote, so I'm feeling pretty good right now, honestly. I'm feeling great. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I've heard most of Ephilism talking points. I'm more interested in if Ephilism will ever do the rational thing to achieve the goal. I'm more interested in if Ephilis will ever do the most rational thing to achieve the goal. I'm curious what you think the most rational thing is to achieve the goal. We have Reddit groups and YouTube videos, but we'll never actually come together and make a plan. Yeah, that's the thing. There's so many different versions of it, and people being like tiptoeing around the thing. Like, it's just like, was it you or someone else? No, it was someone else. It was different. It was a guy in the Sentientism group chat commenting on my thing last night when I was at the campfire. Basically saying that, like, nuclear yield isn't an option to destroy the Earth. Which, at the moment, if we were to make, like, the traditional size nukes, then yeah, we need quite a bit. But if we were to, like, make a bomb, like, nuke the size of, like, all of our nukes combined, and then we replace multiple of them across the planet, like, we could, in theory, destroy this whole planet. Like, there would be nothing left to be redeemed. There would be nothing left to... There would be no DNA molecule to mutate, essentially. Everything would just be fucking vaporized. So we could do that if we wanted to. So it's like... I think the most rational thing is just to, create the largest nuclear yield bombs we can and have multiple of them, as many as we can, and detonate them across the planet on multiple locations to basically just permanently fry the surface of the Earth. Basically just like multiple meteor impacts all at once, basically. Multiple extinction level events, explosions across the entire globe. So if we could do that, which we definitely can, it would permanently destroy the biosphere and eliminate all sentient life from the planet, and probably permanently remove sentient life from the planet. So that's what I advocate for. But gene editing things into extinction via recessive genes that will activate to cause infertility is also an option. Either way, though, I think we'll need to revert to nukes in the end to be like, hey, now we've extincted most things from infertility. We're going to finish it off by making the planet permanently infertile by nuking it. So either way we get to the nukes in the end, I think it's just an option to go the genetic modification route, which should potentially guarantee the cessation of all life. Yes, and the rational steps to get to that goal would be what? Get allies in the government, maybe, or dismantle it and take over. Yeah, that's where it becomes problematic. I think it's just like we have to talk about ethics and like the way we're doing right now, and just try to get it like spread across the United States and like in other countries, and like try to get into the mainstream where it's like suffering focused ethics is basically the focus of most governments around the world. And then we can have these conversations once we get to that point about like how we cease existence properly, just humans, or if we want to intervene with animals as well, which I think we ought to, and all that stuff. But for now, it's just trying to convince as many voters slash people, people that can actually influence the sway of the governments around the globe, that antinatalism and especially ethicalism is true. If we can do that, then we can push to the second step, which is to influence government bodies to implement policies and try to sway the way the world's going. But until then, yeah, the main objective is just to convince individual people, because we can't really convince it unless we like specifically somehow manage to convince like a specific senator or a governor or like something like that, or like congressman. Unless we somehow manage to do that, which would be like really low chance, we're probably not going to have much chance of influencing the government bodies unless we influence like the majority of the people to force different bodies to do something. Because it's like there always is that small chance we can get like some really benevolent person to a government body. You know, like if I got voted into government, I'd be like, oh hell yeah, like I'm gonna help people out. You know. But when it comes down to it, that's not a lot of motherfuckers. A lot of motherfuckers are just politicians. They happen to get into their position, and they're basically just feeding into their base to keep their position. You know. So for those motherfuckers, in order for them to, you know, continue feeding and to keep, in order for those motherfuckers to keep their position, they're gonna have to keep feeding into their demand of their audience. So if we convince the audience that it's wrong to procreate, then you know, boom, the government goes anti-procreation. I'm thinking the most rational thing would be for more forceful and dictatorial route if we can't convince people. I really don't anywhere near the majority of people will ever agree to end the life game. I actually kind of agree. I am, you know, I kind of agree with like Socrates and stuff about like the benevolent dictator, essentially the philosopher king idea. The only form of government that is truly perfect is having a perfect philosopher king in charge of things. It's just lodged to be the most like best government form. If you have a perfect person, they're gonna make perfect policies, and you know, bing and boom, you don't have all the complications of the government bodies trying to counter each other just to keep their positions, and, you know, all that bullshit. So yeah, I 100% agree. The most rational thing would be to have a benevolent dictator, a philosopher king of sorts, and you know, to essentially have them be in charge of the whole ethicalism and life game. You know, like ending this whole fucking thing. Also, I just lost the game. I'm sure you know what the game is, and I'm really sorry if you do. So, if you don't know what the game is, well then don't look it up. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise. But I think that's unrealistic too, at least during my lifetime. The anti movement in audiences growing. We're in the media more, so maybe there's hope. Hmm. Yeah, I get plenty of thumbs up when I'm out activisting, but I also get like plenty of like people flipping me off and stuff, and being like "fuck you" or like "screw you" and stuff like that. You know, so I get plenty of people flipping me off, and I get plenty of people giving thumbs up and clapping and stuff. So it's kind of like a 50-50 in terms of like reactions. There's more non-reactions of people just driving by and like not ignoring my sign slash not even looking at my sign whatsoever, like some NPC bullshit. But when it comes down to it, I mean, I think it's like 50-50 in terms of people who are willing to react to my sign if they are supportive or not. When honestly, when it comes down to it, I'll be dead before I see the results of my contribution. So realistically, it really doesn't matter. Yeah, same, pretty much. Yeah, it's like from an egoistic perspective, everything I do will not be viewed upon in my lifetime, unless I become like, unless somehow like some video my blows up and I become like a mega YouTuber. I'm not gonna see the impacts of my results in my lifetime. I'm not gonna see people being like messaging me like, "Hey, bro, I actually wanted to have a kid with my girlfriend for the last like 3 years, but you convinced me otherwise." Blah 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 blah. You know, I'm not gonna see any comments like that. That's not gonna be a thing probably. But if I blow up, maybe. But that's like a one in like what, like million billion chance. Like there's like fucking no way at this point, like in the existence of YouTube and Twitch, then I'm gonna get big. Especially considering there's like so many other antinatalist, nephalist YouTubers that are more. I don't know about. Probably charismatic. I mean, I don't know about charismatic, but I mean, it's up to you. I guess it's kind of more charismatic than the average antinatalist or not, but definitely more or less. They're more or less focused on their content. They have a bigger demand, or at least a larger audience size in general, according to the topic. I highly doubt, given that 1 to 3% of the population is antisocial personality disorder, and even less of that is ethicist. Even though there is a small association between antisocial personality disorder and antinatalism, I highly doubt my channel is going to be high in demand. So, I mean, don't know where I was going with this, but yeah, it really doesn't matter in terms of like who views my content or whatever, because it's not like I'm really going to go anywhere. But I appreciate any viewers who are watching anyways. I see that's something else rational to do. Too drunk. I see that's something else rational to do. We need a viral martyr to sacrifice their personal life to promote it. Government starts with children, maybe it makes some sense to focus there. Maybe. I don't know if it's worth like indoctrinating another generation into any ideology in terms of when we can just convince people with our current understanding. Like I've always not had the desire to have children. I've never really desired to have kids, but I never really, until like recently, thought that it was an obligation to not have kids. I think there's plenty of people like Danny Shine, for example, and I think Lawrence, I believe, Anton. I believe they all want to have kids. I believe maybe it was either him or it was a different guy. I don't know if it was Lawrence, but then there's plenty of antinatalists who wanted to have kids at some point in their life, but then realized it was wrong. And because of that, I mean, to me, it just seems like why force more people into existence and indoctrinate them when we can just convince people of atheism and antinatalism. All atheists can spawn generations of kids being indoctrinated into atheism, and they understand they must live for the cause. Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, like, we could do that, and I think it would be better than what we're doing right now, which is just, breeding people into existence senselessly and, having basically just pain producers. If we could have a generation of people who are willing to reduce pain, great. But when it comes down to it, I don't think it's worth the risk because there's no guarantee that they're going to be ethilists. And, there's always a risk that they'll be natalists in nature, love life, and all that stuff. Well, we can adopt the kids natalists give away and indoctrinate them. Surely the ends justify the indoctrination. Really isn't just telling the truth. Yeah, when it comes to indoctrination, there's no problem with indoctrination. So if it was like kids we adopted or whatever, and then we indoctrinate them into atheism, that's different than bringing someone into existence and then indoctrinating them into atheism, because that's creating a whole new life that's unnecessarily brought into existence. We could just convince an existing life to become an atheist, So that's my take on that. Though I think you already agree with that assessment. I don't think you disagree with that based off of what I know about your beliefs. But yeah, I'm just saying that for anybody that's potentially watching. Not that anybody's going to watch this video literally 5 hours and 34 minutes into it, but hey, maybe, we've actually been talking pretty consistently on this stream in comparison to other ones, so, I wouldn't be surprised if someone decided to just be bored and watch this all the way through. But hey, but yeah, we can adopt the kids and let's go away and indoctrinate them. I'm sure that it's just about indoctrination. There's nothing internally wrong with indoctrination. It isn't really just telling. And really isn't it just telling the truth? Yeah, 100% it's just telling the truth, exactly. It's pretty much just informing people of what they ought to know already. So, adoption or not, it's not really indoctrination. If it's telling the truth, it's just informing. So, I 100% agree, it's just informing. But I don't think we should bring a new generation into existence just to inform them. But when it comes down to it, the existing beings, like adoption, as you said, we should definitely inform them. You could argue we have an obligation to potentially adopt people if we're suitable parents, but I'm not going to adopt someone just because, I have better things I can do with my time. But, children defree a large portion of the demand in our world. If the children they already become more continuous they already are becoming more continuous for climate crisis and capitalism alone. Then we win. Yeah, exactly. There's already a negative birth rate, so when it comes down to it, anti-natalists are kind of winning as is. Not really, but we kind of are. So yeah, we can convince a large portion of the current generation coming into existence to be anti-natalist, which I think will probably be the case. The world's literally turning into hell mode faster than we can fucking keep up. I'm an ethelist, and I was almost a priest for a fucking movie, man. I almost decided to become a priest when I was in high school, man. I was just Christian as shit. If I didn't really consider atheism because of my one friend, I would probably be a priest right now. So if I can become an nephalist, if someone like me who's a straight up borderline psychopath, not borderline as a borderline percentage, but borderline as almost a psychopath. If I'm straight up almost a psychopath. So you were a Christian? Yes, I was a Lutheran for until I was 15, basically. When you're a kid, it's not you're really religious or anything. Until you become maybe 10 or 11, begin to understand things. But from the age of 11 to 15, I was rather religious essentially. So yeah, I was a pretty big Lutheran, wanted to become a priest and all that. Spread the good word of Christianity, save the soul from damnation and all that jazz. I'll be right back, by the way. 1 minute, 30 seconds ish. Yeah, were you raised Christian, by the way, or any religious form? Obviously, I'm raised Lutheran, which is a denomination incarnation of Christianity, similar to Catholicism, but less focus on the Virgin Mary being like a holy figure, more like just like a lady, and less focus on like the saints having any prominence. They're just good people basically in Lutheranism. They weren't actually like holy figures that have like transcended like mortality and like angels and like were working on earth through Christ nowadays. Like Lutherans don't believe any of that. They just kind of believe like there's God, Father, Holy Spirit. Jesus died for our sins. If you believe in God, then like you go to heaven or whatever. And you don't believe in Jesus and the Holy Spirit, you go to hell. Whatever. My mom just didn't really care. My grandma, when I stayed with her for the summer, would take us to church every Sunday, but I never believed. No, that's completely fair. I'm glad you didn't believe. I mean, it's complete horseshit. I'm surprised to this day that I believed. I mean, it's fucking a bunch of load of crap. But hey, when you're a kid, you kind of just believe whatever you believe. I mean, people tell you shit, and you're just like, ah, whatever. So. 1 second. For me, the lizard theories make more sense than the spooky gather figured religions. Well, I mean, honestly, lizards at least exist in reality, and people exist in reality, and ships that fly exist in reality. So, like, honestly, lizard people make more sense than fucking like the Christian God. In terms of like God in general, I don't know. I mean, I would rather believe in Philippe Mainlander's idea of a God than like lizard people. But in terms of like Christianity, Judaism, Islam, all that jazz, any monotheistic religion where there's a deity actually watching over us, especially if they're all benevolent, yeah, I'd rather believe in lizard people. That makes a fuck ton more sense than fucking benevolent God creating a rape world. So yeah. Yeah, straight up. Yo, most conspiracy theories are from the religious crowds. I'm not gonna lie, it's just kind of how it is. Conspiracy theory people have a tendency to be religious, and then once they realize religion's kind of silly billy, they begin to like be like, well, what if there's other special things, that make life worth being interested in, other than God? Ooh, and that's how they get into the conspiracy theory fold. They will still believe that there's a benevolent God, even for all the horrible shit they believe in. Yeah, pretty much. It's fucking wild. I don't know how anybody can believe in like. I don't know how people can believe in like the fucking elitist aliens and like fucking whatever, like crazy shit, like giants, like being covered up by the government, like aliens being covered by the government, like eggs being laid inside of us, and all this shit, and they're just, and the end, they're just like, yeah, man, love God, God's great. It's just like, you guys are trying to convince me that reality is worse and more conspiratorial and brutal and fucked up and twisted than it already is, and you want me to believe in a benevolent God? What? So yeah, no, it's fucking wild. What, Colin? You have a present for me? I don't want your shirt, but what does it say? Old Balls Club. No, you can keep that.
SNC on it, and it says old.
Why it's not fit you or something?
It's a size small.
Fine. I guess I'll take it then. Old balls. Old ball clubs, SMC, handle of care. What's the shirt? What's his shirt smell like? Says the random guy. I guess slightly fruity floral cologne. I guess I don't know.
It smells like laundry detergent, fresh air. It smells. My clothes doesn't really smell.
Laundry detergent, I guess. Yeah, it smells like laundry detergent.
Really good clothes care.
Yup. Colin has really good clothes care, apparently, according to him. Better than myself, who really just kind of like chucks things on a fucking like chair and is just like, yeah, that's good until I decide to wear it. So pure chaos. What does that mean? You must move down here.
I got lights put up so like the whole basement's lit up now. Instead of just the ladder. That's like the whole basement covering the lights out.
See, if I smoked, I'd feel like I'd be being a fiend because you already smoked me up today. Yeah, and I'm not gonna smoke my own shit because I basically said I wouldn't smoke anything. So the fact is, if I am gonna smoke anything, it's gonna be because it's free. So if I were to do that, I'd have to offer you a shot, which means you have to accept the shot, and then then I'd be like, sure thing, that's the equivalent exchange. But that also means you have to take a shot. So it's if you want to take a shot, then sure, I'll. But it means also you're getting crossfaded again. So I mean, it's. Colin is therefore more virtuous because he cares about his laundry. Softcore Apple remembers you earlier talking about how being fresh is about being virtuous.
Brandon, you should show him my basement. Show him how fresh my closet is.
Colin wants me to bring the laptop downstairs and do a close review of his room. And because I'm a good brother, I'm going to entertain his wishes and do so. I mean, a lot of people have already seen the basement, but they haven't seen it pimped out, I guess. So turn the light on anyway as well. Wow, you got all of his shoes, like probably like a couple $1,000 worth of shoes. Yep, $6,000 worth of shoes, enough to feed like a small African village for a year. Got a bunch of mining rig stuff and couch and more mining rig and computer stuff and more mining rig stuff and yeah, basically his room is decked out with stuff. And all of Colin's clothes, which is also worth a couple $1,000 probably, and yup. There's me. My most expensive item is a car, a PlayStation 5, and a lamp, in that order.
Grant, I have I have multiple $500 pairs of shoes. Like where each shoe is worth $500. Do you think you could pick which one's worth which three are worth $5?
Which three are worth $500?
Yep.
Oh, 100% I can choose which one's worth $500. Oh. Number one, that.
Which one?
That.
Which one? That one's actually $86. It's one of my cheapest
Fuck.
pairs.
Really?
Yep. It's clout worthy though. It's
Okay.
chilly.
Now I'm gonna think. Damn, who made those shoes? The small African villagers? Yeah, probably the African villagers. African villagers made the clothes.
Shoes, bro.
Okay, so this is on display as if it's like your big one. So
That's off-white right there.
And the way you said off-white makes me think that you're
That's
like.
That's not my most expensive pair, but it is the biggest clout pair that I have. It could be worth the most in the future. See, even's got football cleats on the bottom.
Okay, if I were to say.
Those ones have gained $200 in value since I bought them.
is very pale in color, which is in high demand because blank colors are basically the modern trend. I'd say this is one of your higher pairs.
I hope that's $100.
That's fucking bullshit. What the hell is
That would be worth $10,000 if I had the original pair.
$10,000 for
If
this?
I had the original pair.
It's literally
if
just
I had the original pair.
What the fuck does this
that's a
color?
remake.
What the
That's a
fuck does this color have to do with orange? How does this color
Here, look at the
block
bottom. Pick up
together?
the bottom and look at the bottom. It's a haltered foot on the bottom of it.
How the fuck does this color block together?
It also has Japanese letters on the inside.
I don't
See that?
care. That doesn't color block together.
I know.
I am autistic and I refuse to
Brant,
accept that that is worth
This
money.
is worth $500.
That is okay. I mean, that's actually color blocked
That
properly
is
though.
that is Japanese
'Cause
heritage
blue,
right there.
blue and yellow go
See,
together in
it's to
proper color block.
represent the Japanese noodle shops. This is also worth
Those shoes are whimsical as fuck.
$500. These are mismatched, so they're different colors rotating. These are 2013 blood shoes.
They look like fucking black
They're
shoes.
$500.
$500 for black
$400.
shoes with red lighting.
These are 400. These are 400.
Colin. There are people literally dying on this planet right now from
These
starvation.
are 300. These are 200. These are 100. These are 150. These are 100. These are 100. These are 85 to 100.
Colin, I hope you know, like, I've only owned like the same pair of shoes for like the last like 5 years, and they've all been like $65, just black Nike shoes. Like this if you just remove the blue on it, and they're worth $65. Colin, you bro, it's just literally removing one color shade. Drops a couple $100 in.
But Grant, those have all retained their price for over a year now. What did chat say about this?
When you said that the one shoe's made of blood, whatever, he was like probably made from the blood of mice and orphans. Honestly, pretty much. That's why they're called fucking. Christ.
You wanna go smoke? I even charged with my dad.
Yeah. Yo, soft apple core. Me and my brother are gonna go smoke again. Feel free to stick around here. If I come back and it says one viewer, that I know you're gonna be gone. If that's the case, have a good night. Take care. You know, all that good jazz. Otherwise, I'm gonna be hanging out here for like, you know, so long as there's viewers. So I'm gonna go to bed by like 4 in the morning. That's in like 2.5 hours. So then there's Marco. He goes to bed whenever he feels like. Yes, he does. He's adorable. He's adorable little monster. Anyways, ciao. Take care.
Stroke that cat. Oh my god, did the cat like jump on the screen or something like that? People are talking about my cat, and I'm wondering. Arco. Oh, when you're holding the can in front of the screen, that makes sense. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, I've already dipped out. Yeah. Howdy. I'm not stupid. I'm dummy stupid, bro. Ever just joined the stream, just like, what the fuck? I really hope that was like someone really important to the FLS community, just someone just like high up there, like in like the rankings of like views, just like Amanda or like fucking like Amanda himself, or like fucking just straight just what comes into the chat just as I'm just like I'm dummy stupid. Just retarded as fuck. No, Amanda's not subscribed to my channel, but Amanda, I think, is. Is Karma still watching the stream, by the way? I'm not sure if Karma's still watching. If you are, let me know. Otherwise, I might close out the stream here in a minute or two.
Damn, they all left.
Yeah. To be fair, we were gone for like 15 minutes, so we had to hang out. Have a good night, my dude. If I don't see you. Say have a good night if I don't see you. Yeah. Howdy, howdy. Where's the speaker from? YouTube. Okay. Howdy, howdy. I mean, it's early at 1:48 a.m. and the stream's been going on for fucking 6 hours, man. We're just gonna keep it going for a bit here. Why not? You know, what the hell? Honestly, I was about to say I was gonna close it out, but then at the same time, I was like thinking, why? Why close the stream? But I can just, I don't know. then I was damn, not close the stream. So here we are. We're just going. It's like 6 hours, 16 minutes. Where's your bomb? I said, why not just live stream everything that I do in my boring ass life? I'm eating cereal, and there's a fucking painting of lemons, my dude. Look at that. My mom painted that, and it's pretty cool. I mean, I frankly don't give a shit, but like lemons, it's his ball. Why does it say ball? I'd have to ask my mom, but frankly, she's asleep. I'm gonna ask her why the fuck the jar says ball. Or Marco and a cat. Yeah, he's around somewhere. I'm surprised so many people know my cat's name at this point, but at the same time, I'm not because my cat's adorable, and I would know my cat's name if I was a random stranger as well. So, hell yeah, praise be Allah, His grace be upon Marco. What's my phone's power? 62%. That's pretty okay. I'm going to make an adventure here pretty soon. I don't even have to end the broadcast. I just need to like close the stream up and open up on my phone. Boom, bang, boom. Come on, stream, go outside. Make adventures. I can't. I have no clue where my cat's at. Probably outside right now. But
So while I was gone, y'all, we had quite a scandal that took over the political world. I mean, this even permeated beyond political media and into, sort of mainstream
seemingly non-political America. There was a guy by the name of Jordan Neely who was choked out for 15 minutes and died on the subway. And this has become a very partisan, divisive argument going on between people who think that Daniel Penny, the Marine who choked him out, was justified, and people who think Jordan Neely, of course, did not deserve to be choked out and killed on the subway. And it's very tribal from my perspective when I look at the way that people are responding now. I'll give you guys my take in a little bit, but I want to give you, so this video I'll show you guys in a little bit. We now have, for the first time, the Daily Mail got their hands on a video of Jordan Neely moments before he was choked and killed. But so that video is only 27 seconds. It shows some of what happened before, but it doesn't show, like, I haven't seen yet, and I think the cops actually have these videos, but I haven't seen yet everything that happened leading into the choking and the killing. I've only seen this snippet from just before, and then there's plenty of video out there of the choking and the killing itself. I haven't seen a continuous one, but my understanding is that there actually is a continuous one out there that the cops have access to, but they haven't released it yet. I mean, I honestly think that you're going to have a lot more agreement when people see the entire thing. Potentially, you'll have that, because there's actually a lot of disagreement in terms of the particulars leading up to this moment. You have some people released. He was released. I think they took him and then they released him, and then there was a big outcry and backlash where, you know, the public was like, you got to arrest this guy. You can't just choke somebody out. Of other people who were saying, no, he wasn't really threatening people. He's homeless. He's mental. So that's another thing I should point out. But there were two other people who were also, like, in one way or another trying to restrain Neely. One of the people was a U.S.
Being a narcissist. Look at that, it's my clone. That's what we're doing. People have generally mistaken me for this guy, though. Like, look at that. This is me. This is this guy. Kind of look alike, don't we? Like, fuck boys, but that guy has, like, more volume to his hair. And I kind of just look like weirdo. He has, like, a pointed jawline. I like a round jawline. Yeah. People basically think we look exactly alike, though. Which we kind of do. Yeah. Honestly. Potentially clones. Potentially clones.
Sometimes on my morning commute to class or work, while I'm just in my car alone, driving to wherever I have to go, I feel such a strong, overwhelming sense of loneliness and a feeling that I am the only one who will ever understand me. And it gets intense to the point that I start sobbing. And this thought, it just occurs very randomly. So in the middle of my commute, surrounded by cars, I'm just sobbing. And it gets overwhelming to the point where I don't even feel human. And then it goes away. But it just keeps happening. And I'm not quite sure what to make of it.
So I got a secret that I found out about the family. An uncle of mine had disappeared in Afghanistan, and nobody knows why. He had a car, he had a business he was starting. He had so many things going for him, but he up and left. Didn't take his keys, not his clothes, didn't tell his wife, his mom, nothing, just left. Come to start investigating, his brother started telling the family that he got kidnapped by the Taliban, or that he was into something and something happened to him. That was a story that went around to the females in my family. And one of my cousins told me that just had gotten back from Afghanistan. He was out there and he just had gone back. He had told me about what really happened. He told me for whatever reason that the brothers got into an altercation, they got into a fight, and he killed him. He killed him, disappeared him, hid his body from the rest of his family, and acted like nothing happened. To this day, my mom, my grandma, my aunts, they all believe that the Taliban took him and disappeared him, but it's their brother that calls them every day, talks to them, they send money to them, like somebody that's such a part of their lives that took another part of their lives, and they don't know that. So I've always kept that secret from my mom. I think if I told her, that would destroy her, but it's pretty crazy.
Years ago, the only reason I continued living was for other people. I still sometimes look and am searching for the reason to keep living for myself.
So my secret is that wearing sunglasses kind of makes me feel more secure or confident in what I'm saying. It is likened to the effect that being on the internet and being able to just type to a screen has. It's weird. I broke up with my girlfriend with my glasses on, and I don't think I could have without them.
A lot of my coworkers and friends have this expectation that I'm so sweet and so nice to people, but I don't think I live up to those expectations because I actually really don't like people. I prefer being on my own.
The only time I've ever been hit on at work is by male customers in at least their 30s who think I'm a lady. I'm a man. I'm 19.
I'm so sorry.
It's happened twice. It's always the same coworker who is talking to those customers as well. And he comes over and says, "Hey, Kiefer." And I say, "What?" He says, "Those customers, they really like you." And I say, "Yeah." And he says, "Yeah, they think you're a chick." And I look at him and I'm not happy with him.
At one of my best friend's graduation parties, I hooked up with his aunt like 15 years ago, and I've never told anybody.
Oof. God damn.
Sometimes when I'm walking down the street, I pretend like I'm a drag queen performing on stage, a really, really long stage.
Dang, bro. Be back. You gotta show off your glam.
So a long time ago when I was little, my cousin and I were just kind of bored, and we decided to play a little prank on the neighbor. So we wrote this like letter saying that we had like kidnapped her daughter, and that she had to pay like this amount of money, and she had to like drop it off in like a certain place. And we're like so little, like the letter probably didn't even make sense, but they eventually like they found it because we left it like on the door, and they thought it was real, so they called the cops, and like it was a big thing. You know, they came to ask like my aunt and stuff, and we just pretended like we didn't know, but they were like super scared, and they thought something bad had happened, and it was like a big thing, but we never told anybody.
I told everyone that speaker was broken at work, but it was not. I just wanted it, and everyone gives me trash. So if I say something is trash, then they give it to me. And so that's what happened to the speaker at my job.
Okay, so when I was younger, I used to have a major anger issue. Like I had no control over it whatsoever. So I used to have this boyfriend pillow. It was basically like a pillow with just one arm bent. So it's like, think if you're wrapping your arm around someone's shoulder, that's how the pillow was shaped. And I would take my frustration out on this pillow by grabbing an actual knife and shanking it over and over again. Let's just say that pillow did not last a while.
God damn. Christ.
I was once diagnosed with a mental disease that no one thought was curable. I'm perfectly fine today, but I've kept this a secret since there's such a stigma, and I would be treated completely different if I were to ever reveal that publicly.
I don't really love my dad. I kind of just use him for rides and money. And just to clarify, he's a terrible person, but, you know.
I blame myself for my best friend's death. That's it.
My secret is that I am a completely uninteresting person and I have nothing to share at all. I really wish I did though.
That's almost more sad than the other ones.
So growing up, I did not have a good relationship with my mother. Always loved her, but growing up, we would often fight. It was a very volatile relationship, a lot of heartache, a lot of anger, I think, going in both directions. And I remember one time, I think maybe I was 12 or 13 years old, we had a very bitter fight. Now, some context before I continue. My mother was with my father just for a few years before she left him. He was a very violent man, very abusive man, alcoholic, drug user, sexist, racist, just all the bad things a person could be or could do. Going back to my story, so I'm 12, 13 years old, had a big bitter fight, and I said something that haunts me to this day that I hate it every time I think about it. I said something along the lines of, now I see why Dad did all those things to you. So I pretty much said, now I see why he beat you, terrorized you. And I apologized, I think a day or two afterwards, but to this day, decades later, it eats me up inside just thinking that something so vile, so terrible could escape my lips, especially given that I love my mother. Because as I mentioned, growing up, we fought a lot, but I always loved her. And now our relationship is the best it's ever been. But still, every once in a while, I think about that fight, and I just feel terrible. And I just hope that she really knows that I truly am sorry, and that I wish I could take it back.
For me, fix the scars. And also hope that because of death.
Hey everyone, Thoraya here. I wanted to say thank you for watching this episode. I am still selling these sweaters on my website. If you're interested, I'll link it in my description. I love you guys, and I'll see you next week.
I'm existing, taking one step at a time. How are you doing? That's pretty shit idea, but pretty terrible. But your videos make me smile. I've been going through a lot of ups and downs. Too enough depression years, lonely. Doing great from the lowest. Horrible. Bit stressed and anxious. So far, they're all negative. Day by day. Unexpected job change. Bad day. Lonely. Sad because grandma's dying. Yeah, basically people are fucking miserable. It's not surprising anymore. But then if you asked all these sad boys if, they were how they're really feeling, they'd be like, oh, it's not like it. It's actually good. We should really go. So people are a bunch of hypocrites so that they don't understand their own emotions on a consistent basis. But, nonetheless.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, what is the relationship between shame and cluster C personality disorders? So this would be avoidant, dependent, and obsessive compulsive personality disorders. If you find this video to be interesting or helpful, please like it and subscribe to my channel. That way you won't miss anything new. Now, when we talk about this concept of shame and the cluster C personality disorders, I'm going to be using a study here that was published in 2010 by Schoenleber and colleague, which really addresses this very issue, looking at a few aspects of shame and looking at the cluster C personality disorders. So let's start with shame. So shame is a perception that an individual has that they have some sort of defect in themselves. And this perception is a distressing emotion. Theoretically, this emotion leads to withdrawing, fleeing, attempting to escape. And this is different than guilt, because the behavior that comes from guilt is trying to make amends. So when comparing shame and guilt, we usually think of shame as more problematic, particularly in the mental health treatment community when we deal with both shame and guilt. Usually shame is a bit more concerning. There are different ways to think about shame when we think about treating individuals who have mental health symptoms or mental disorders. One way of thinking about it is the idea of shame proneness. And this is the propensity to experience shame across a number of different situations. So this would be how likely somebody would be to experience shame in multiple situations. Now, shame proneness has been studied and has been associated with a number of different mental disorders and symptoms of mental disorders, including anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, hostility, aggression, eating disorders, and a fear of intimacy. Another construct here around shame would be shame aversion. And this is when somebody sees shame, when they perceive shame as being particularly undesirable, unwanted, or painful. Now, we know from just the definition of shame that these are distressing emotions. But with shame aversion, if somebody has a high level of shame aversion, they find it particularly distressing. So they may really work diligently to avoid situations where they will feel shame. Now, this particular research study that I'm talking about, they really wanted to see if shame aversion was related to shame proneness. They wanted to look at that interaction. And they believe that lower levels of shame aversion may lessen the effects of shame.
I have lost interest. Anyways, let's check the gander. I'm gonna count down 10. Is anybody still here? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0.